There once was a man named Gold Roger who was king of the pirates. He had fame, power, and wealth beyond your wildest dreams. Before they hung him from the gallows, these were the final words he said.
My fortune is yours for the taking, but you'll have to find it first. I left everything I own in one piece.
Ever since, pirates from all over the world set sail for the Grand Line, searching for One Piece, the treasure that would make their dreams come true.
Yo!
Yayo, dreaming.
Don't give it up, Luffy. Don't give it up, Zolo. Don't give it up, Nami. Don't give it up, give it up, give it up, give it up, give it up. No!
Here's how the story goes. We find out about a treasure in the Grand Line. There's no doubt. The pirate whose eye is on it, he'll sing. I'll be king of the pirates. I'm gonna be king.
Yayo, oh, oh.
His name is Luffy.
That's Monkey D.
Gonna be
Luffy.
king of the pirates.
He's made of rubber.
How did that happen?
Yo ho ho, he took a bite of gum gum.
His name's Zolo. He's just like a samurai and a Lady. Nami's not shy. Usopp's doing that marksman thing. Sanji's cooking. Chopper's doctoring.
Yayo, oh, oh. Set sail for One Piece. It's the name of the treasure in the Grand Line. Yayo, set sail for One Piece.
Alright, here we are. And let me aim the webcam down a little bit. It was a little high there. Alright, I'm Alex. I'm the Billionaire Buster, and we're doing the actual intended Sunday schedule stream. So I'm happy about that. And I'm still recovering from whatever sickness I had. Like, shit sucks. I don't know if it was COVID. It's taken a while to get fully over it, so I think it might have been COVID related. But I'm still doing okay. I'm just very low energy. I'm letting some chores pile up a bit because just I get done with like one chore and then I'm just on the couch, trying not to fall asleep. But so for this stream, it's just going to be more gaming heavy because I'm kind of low energy. I'm not going to do a great job covering a subject or a topic. Like, I don't know, we could watch, but then we'd just be watching something. I mean, that's cool and all, but if I don't have too much energy for, like, commentary and whatnot, or just to, don't have a ton of energy to think with, then it's mostly just going to be watching someone else. But we can do a funny video or two. We can do a funny video or two just to start off, just to bring us in. Who doesn't like people getting scared playing Subnautica? I always find that funny.
Detecting multiple Leviathan-class life forms in the region. Are you certain whatever you're doing is worth it?
Smart man. Smart man. There was a warning. He listened. Someone avoiding getting scared while playing Subnautica. Oh, man. Shit, what's this one? Oh no. Oh no. I'm not sure the prawn suit.
Warning, entering ecological dead zone. Adding report to databank.
I'm not sure if the prawn suit will be enough. Oh no. There's a just quit. There's just a quit without saving moment for me. Yeah, fair. Fair. He's just out in the beyond, which is not where you want to be. Not where you want to be.
It happened as Prince Charles was being introduced to the crowd at Darling Harbour. There were two shots.
SpongeBob, no. Alright, so, in... What am I looking at? Here we... What do my Twitter notifications look like? Not much. That's cool. But, let's see. Yeah, emergency. Let's definitely start with a donation for, really, I need to look at the webcam more when I'm talking instead of looking at my... Let's start things off with donation, because that's the Billionaire Buster style. I'm curious to Palestine. What do we... Okay, I just need to capitalize it. That's fine. What is something that we can... Because, I want to pick a good one. What's that org that Vosh was giving to his one big charity, and I think it was the first big charity stream, was the one for the PCRF. Yes, okay. Well, we'll do a little switch off from GoFundMe. We'll just go to the PCRF, because I know about them. This was a couple of years ago, but Vosh had it's the first time where he did a marathon, donation, like a 24-hour, stream. Had a bunch of guests and whatnot come on. I think it was the founder of the PCRF, like the guy who's the head of it and like the founder of it. Like he came out on at one point and talked to Vosh for a bit. So just to pull that up, because I think stream wise it's in 3 segments, because it was just 9 hours, 8.5 hours. 9 hours, so over 24 hours of streaming, I think. So yeah, Vosh has done a few big marathon 24-hour charity streams, and I like those. Those are fun. They're a good time. They're fun to go back and watch. It's usually just playing a game and having people come on to chat, because it's hard to have can't really have a substantial debate when you're when you're 14 hours into your 24-hour stream, it's not really a good frame of mind to be doing like a serious debate. So it's usually just more like some gaming and having on who the fuck ever. That's a fun thing with them too. You just get a huge variety of, you just get all sorts of left adjacent, left leaning people and other creators. So that's always fun. Oh yeah, and then there were the dipshit right wingers pretending that like because that money will go to help Palestinian children, then Hamas won't have to spend money to help those Palestinian children themselves. That'll give them more money. So you're actually, by helping Palestinian children, you're actually helping. It's fucking, you don't care. You don't even fucking believe this. It was stupid. It was funny to make fun of people being stupid like that, but let's see. Given how I feel, Israel shit can be a bit complicated. I'm not an expert. I don't like I think I mentioned this like fucking last week. Just don't like the actions the IDF takes, and Netanyahu's a complete right-winger, just a complete right-wing piece of shit, so really don't like him either. I feel bad for all the lefty Israelis, because it's just, from what I can tell, if you're a lefty Israeli, like the political situation is not like, they don't have the greatest representation for leftism currently in the Israeli government, so definitely feel for the Israeli lefties who are trying to get shit to be better in their country. But yeah, in light of everything that's going on, so PCRF, Osh had them on. They seem great. They're focused on like children, youth under 18, minors. I think it's giving them like food, medical care, clothing, shelter, medicine. I said medical care, just general things that are needed for living and well-being, and that they focus on like under 18s, on minors, on children. A good chunk of whom might be orphans, because the situation sucks over there. I'm sorry, I just have a thing on my finger. So, I'm thinking, rather than, I usually just do the $50 donation, but for the PCRF's sake, for this just being a good one, oh, that'd be cute to do, but it'll just be dedicated from Alex, from the Billionaire Buster. That's the memory it's in honor of. Okay, let me fill this in. Whew. Okay. I am probably not spelling Illinois right. That's right. I am not spelling right. No E in Illinois, even though you'd think there fucking would be. Okay. And then for the card info, I have to do my actual name on the card info, because my credit card, I'm not a business. I'm not set up as any kind of fucking charity. All this shit just comes on my own bank account, so it's just my own personal credit card that I do these donations from. So, Okay. It says it was accepted. I hope I entered things correctly between the billing and the card address, whatever the fucking shit is. So, that's a big donation. Doing that. Maybe partway through stream we'll do a little like Vosh break. Watch something from Vosh that's relevant to. Did I watch this already? I feel like I must have watched this before on my personal channel. Okay, right. What was I about to type in? We were about to go to Vosh and just pull up what's on the videos. So yeah, maybe we'll look at that one as just like as a break video, just since we're not going to have the donation break, since I just did it all as one big one to the PCRF, because I didn't want to do like 3 separate donations to that would potentially get flagged, and that's like more to deal with on there. And then if it's just, I might as well just bundle it. I do 3 donations because it's me doing like 3 separate donations usually. Junie, our man. Let's just get one other name up there. John Brown. The one good white guy in 1860. But it's always marching on. It's good. It's all pretty good. Okay, so with that, since we had the game running and working before, should hopefully just be a smooth process to get it going this time. Yeah. One Wii game amongst my sea of GameCube games. Well, that's a bad sign. I don't think it worked on that one. I would like to play Super Paper Mario, please. Oh, shit. What the fuck's that about? Let's make sure there's not, like, a dolphin executable stuck in the background. It doesn't look like there is. Okay, that's great. That's great. We love that. That's a good thing to see. Can I play other things? Okay, well, I don't get that issue normally, so I played the fuck out of it. I played a lot of Tony Hawk as a kid. This was... Oh, you can't see that. I just had a Windows backup thing pop up. Okay, so that's working. At least that's working. Fuck if I know what I just did. to make that work. I'm holding it sideways. Shiggy. Yeah, that's full screen. Okay, OBS. Okay, right, we're playing. Enter. Oh, okay. Doesn't work. You gotta see what's up. Immediately. What? That wasn't worth it. There must be. This game is like Tibets. I'll say what this just reminded me of a second ago is the game of Fez, which I own and played a few hours of. It seemed very, I think it's like Jonathan, where is it, Phil? I don't fucking remember, but I played a few hours of Fez and thought it was, very cool and pretty and, very nice, but it had a similar, probably, I guess, much expanded form of this where you could, like, rotate the, like, landscape you were in. So there was a lot of, like, perspective puzzles and platforming that just, like, reminded me of, like, the thing here. It's like, oh, once you set up like this, then you can hop on and, like, switch back, and it's easier, and Fez has a lot of that. Go check out Fez on Steam. I think it's not very pricey. Oh my god, it's Scottish. You're trying to cross the count. Now I'm gonna get chunky on you. You don't want to count flex thugs. I didn't come to Super Paper Mario to make friends. I'm no common thug, lass. I thug for the count of counts. I thug for the big boss. Little Gear. Oh no, it's gonna bring the handage. Not that, no, there's a pinch of stew and sand. You're a goon. You even know what Count Buck is trying to do? No. Bring back some order to this here world. An enemy will collect the an enemy will mine. They all get to chunk this also. We should use my power to investigate him when we start the battle. This is enough already. Thunder down from on high, we're beating for the ages. Shunk on it. That's O'Chunks. He's a big bearded warrior of a man. 20 HP, 1 attack. He can grab you by the feet and hurl you. I have no idea how a boss fight is supposed to work in this game, since it's not turn-based. I'm guessing it's just like a normal 2D Mario kind of fight. If you're in reach, he'll toss you, so keep your distance. You can use Walden to send him flying. Get bopped. Oh no. I'm kind of surprised I was one damage. Why did I do something I said I would? Alright, time to grab. There we go. Meat chunks. What kind of strange little man are you? This is the legendary Italian. He is of the peninsula. Maria. Hey. That's what I said. Maria. He didn't look like such a wee toddler. I was only pretending to get my ass kicked. Chunks away. What an odd fellow. Only somewhat. Hooray, we did it. Oh god, that's Via atop the distant platform of blue. Finally, where the eyes of the hero only. Left. Gaze ye at the side of the signpost. Oh. Press that and then at the same time. Shit, what do I have those buttons down to? Press minus. I feel like minus is just what brings up my controls. Okay, honestly, I'm gonna look this one up just because I'm like confused and I don't know if I'm like doing something wrong with the controls. So okay, that's. Okay, I think I have to go somewhere else and do that. Ooh, platform in the distance. Do a minus and one. So if I'm not doing it right, it's more because I'm also not at the right spot. I found the strand across the deserts, 12 moons. Ahead was a sprawling complex of ruins rising out of the sea. Thankful for the shade, Mario and Tippy ventured deeper inside. They were the very ruins old man, watch it, had warned them about. What dangers lurked in the shady corridors ahead. Monster of the ruins. You mean it wasn't O'Queefy? queefers. Mario, I can feel it calling. The One Ring. The way I sense nothing else emanating from the sand dunes. Be careful, Mario. There are enemies in this game. Oh, I'm scared. Oh, I'm so scared. I'm hiding in the corner. Real quick, though. I need to go to the bathroom really badly, so I'm gonna do that.
But it's dusty.
How do you explain this guy with a flask of color-changing liquid that I'm about to show you? Yeah. And it was super fun just watching Lawrence Krauss, like, be angry here.
Yeah.
Ray Comfort's like, so are you open to evidence? And Krauss is like, that is our word. That is our word. You can't say that.
Well, but here's the thing. Okay, so when we first see Lawrence Krauss, he is very, very clearly frustrated. Like, so you know that there was like 35 minutes before this of him going, okay, but why would they still have monkeys then? Huh? Why would those monkeys still have monkeys? And so, like, you can tell by this time, like, he started this interview with more hair. But by the end of it, because Lawrence Krauss is a really brilliant fucking dude, you know? So no matter how dumb Ray repackages his question, Lawrence Krauss is able to get out of it. So he makes this point about snowflakes, which, again, yeah, like I said, perfect example here to use, and it's so good that Ray, rather than trying to debunk it or refute it there in the moment, just cuts to a whole thing where he's like, yeah, that thing they said about the snowflake was pretty smart, huh? Well, we've got some pictures to show you so that you won't remember that he said that. Now, here's the refutation he tries to use. The snowflake does not contain information. You see how that makes it different? The DNA? As a matter of fact, in order to try to make this work, he says, you know, the DNA molecule contains specified information, which is not a thing. Define specified information. My fucking spell check is sure you mean specific. That's not a fucking thing.
Yeah, his refutation is basically like, oh, he's sure, but like one snowflake, but DNA's like a million snowflakes, and everyone knows the laws of polarity haven't created have been a million snowflakes. God, that's a really good counterexample to what I'm doing. What's more complicated than a million snowflakes? DNA. There you go, Ray. You found it. Editing this section out? Yep, that's it.
Yeah, right.
And all the sobbing. All the sobbing as well. Take that out.
I was really shocked that they kept this in, because he so clearly is getting his ass handed to him here. Maybe he already paid for the snowflake stock footage.
He also tries to counter him with Bill Gates. He goes, Bill Gates, who's an atheist, but never mind, says that DNA is also very complex.
Yeah,
huh?
Exactly.
I'm sure Bill Gates would agree that DNA is far too complex not to have been shed out by Jesus. Huh? Pretty sure that guy who single-handedly works towards eliminating polio is on my side of the field.
Yeah, he even says at one point that the origin is clearly supernatural. I'm like, by definition, that can't actually be true, even if I grant all your precepts. But also, this is one of these great little, like, you know, just aside of homophobia in the film things where he's just talking. Once again, he's listing animals, and he's like, you know, and God created the giraffes and the turtles and the sharks and the fleas and the dogs and the cats and the humans, both male and female, and all of the other living things. Like, why, Ray? Why did you have to point that out? Some with penises, female. Some without penises.
And nothing in between, Ari Stillman. You fucking school shooter and look a weirdo.
You know what, just because it's a Ray Comfort, if I'm remembering right, a quick digression. To one of the greatest videos fucking ever made, starring Ray Comfort.
Behold the...
God God, video quality back in the day. We were just okay with this. This kind of video quality was just like acceptable in the Bush years.
The atheist's nightmare. Now, if you study a well-made banana, you'll find on the far side there are 3 ridges. On the close side, 2 ridges. If you get your hand ready to grip a banana, you'll find on the far side there are 3 grooves, on the close side 2 grooves. The banana and the hand are perfectly made one for the other. You'll find the maker of the banana, Almighty God, has made it with a non-slip surface.
Mighty God.
It has outward indicators of inward contents. Green, too early. Yellow, just right. Black, too late.
Non-slip bananas.
Now, if you go to the top
famous
of the banana, you'll find, as with the soda can makers,
for not
placed a
being
tab at the
slippery
top. So God has
in
placed
any
a tab
way.
at the top. When you pull the tab, the contents don't squirt in your face. You'll find the wrapper, which is
Unlike
biodegradable, has
those
perforations.
godless heathen
Notice
oranges.
how gracefully it sits over the human hand. Notice it has a point at the top for ease of entry. It's just the right shape for the human mouth. It's chewy, easy to digest, and it's even curved toward the face to make the whole process so much easier. Seriously, Kirk, the whole of creation testifies to the genius of God's
Oh,
power.
Kirk Cameron.
It absolutely does.
Kirk Cameron, the other dumbass. Did Jesus eat bananas? Yeah. Yeah, the like pre-domestication bananas. Where they are pretty different looking. I don't know all the science behind that, but there are definitely bananas that are not particularly edible looking. Definitely some less edible banana variations that exist out in the wild. Oh, but enough about that. No, they haven't. Perfectly made to fit human hands. The Englishman's nightmare, demonstrating the superiority of Japanese engineering. Ooh, I'm close to the next level. Okay, oh wait, what if there's something here? There is something. Okay. Scared to go into the city. I don't want to do that. He landed on the ladder. That's cute. Get out of town. Oh, that's helpful. Life shroud. One of the best things in paper. I definitely have questions about some of the just general like design, or just like what the point of some things that happen that are going on in this game is. No, I want to hang on to the key. See, that feels like a place where you put a Korok. Put a Korok seed. You. Over there. I don't know what that accomplished. I'm fucking unhappy about it. Something happened in a different room. How do you know that? Were you there? Did you see the evolution happen with your own eyes? Or do you believe? No, I hit a button and something changed. I didn't get a key. Ah! You son of a bitch. Hi, buddy. If you want to sit on my lap, you can just get right up here and sit. You get right up here and sit if you want to. I'm not going to stop you. In fact, I'm literally encouraging you. I'm gonna give myself a health restore. No, there's just... Oh, what's that? Oh, there's a path. You got a Game Boy. And now they shall bounce back and forth forever. That's Mario. You know who that is. I'm not sure what any of that was. Okay, what's that accomplished? I see you. Oh my gosh. You wanna hop up or something? You wanna come up? Shelf there? I'm right here. Come on. Kill me. I'm right here. Come on, do it. Do it. Kill me. Kill me. Are you just gonna try to like raw just jump on my lap from there? Hey buddy. Hey buddy, you wanna sit? You wanna sit? You wanna climb your way up? Like a smart cat? You wanna go up in stages like you know how to? Like you absolutely have done before? Okay, anyway, well, I'm busy. Oh, well, here he is. He's making progress. You wanna get on my lap, cat? I'll stretch my legs out so you can sit on it. My lap's right here if you wanna sit. But enough talk. Have at you. I wonder what order I should get them in. Guess it was that order. I guess I didn't need that shroom shake, but what can you do? Warning. Oh my gosh, all the squares. I think the squares will stay. Intrusion detected. Bitch tail has arrived. Red cap. Blue overalls. Level 5. Possible subject identification. Holding position. Searching databanks. The legendary hero, Maria. Forgive me, hero. I am called Fractal. My purpose is to defend the pure heart from lawless intruders. I have waited thousands of years for you. You may pass. It won't be that easy. Oh no, Black's gonna happen. Black's gonna come here and Black's gonna happen. Or else it's gonna be one of the other underlings. Master of Dimension. The pleaser of crowds. Dimension. Remember the name. He's gonna snack on me, because I'm the snack. The I am error. Press any key to restart. System not found. So install this not found. Read rinse or boot this. System may be busy or melting in the slag. Save your work and quit. You lost everything. Way to go, Jesus. Waiting for processors. 404. Your answer's not found. Start level upgrade Jelly Roll 1. Elimination in a minute. Man, he got fried. Let's see, run query identification, run insult generator. Results, go away, Yeti, look. Control Alt Delete. Oh, he's trying. He's trying. Oh man. This is a real spaghetti pasta situation. Dragon green. Well, I don't know. What do I grab on? I'm a jumping hop. That's Fractal, a robotic guardian with pure heart. It's quite a moment. Don't know what his HP is, but his attack's 1. Go for the antenna. Probably should use that. Shadow of the Colossus. No, take me with you. I'm coming with you. Shit. All these things are 64. I'll run off you too. Fuck you. They're such little wings. I do like the pulse. Shame circuits smoldering. Save more portals. Oh my god, it was an Evangelion the whole time. The second angel, Fractal. Shinji, quick, tell that depressed Japanese man that he can make changes to his life. Welcome here, my name is Marlene. What the fuck's he doing? What's anything about oil, bitch? You cooking? Oh. Nice to meet you. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm gonna fuck those pixels. Whoever can pull me out of her will be crowned the King of England. It was like Rome. Have you heard of Rome, Mario? It's in Italy. There was one thing we couldn't stop. No gear. The Dark Bible. Nobody knows who authored the Dark Book. It foretold the events of the future. On the last page, it was written that a chaotic power would devour the world. Only when 4 heroes of crystal light... You know, heavy stuff. We were gonna deal with that MacGuffin. We needed something with the pure essence of love to confront this. Love, the opposite of chaos. Researchers set to work and they created the Purity Heart. It won't have sex before it's married. We divided it 8 pieces and hid them in different dimensions. Why? Why not just do it yourself? Why do you need a chubby Italian man? The wheels of destiny began to spin wildly out of control. This is a Mario game. A very small incident. Archduke Ferdinand and his convoy were on their way when, suddenly, I was young and quite beautiful. No was needed. Starry the day I met 2 very fetching up. My life set sail towards a maelstrom of love. I asked one out, but however, it was, well, you know, I kind of don't, but... Oh, is Mario gonna fall asleep? Yeah, Mario's gonna fall asleep. We played Paper Mario before. Oh, she was about to tell us about, like, fucking or something. That's why Mario had to fall asleep. We gotta keep the E10 rating. And that is why we hope the Purity Heart will have the power to defeat Chaos. To save all worlds, we must find the 8 pure hearts that find the Purity Heart. Yeah, Mario, you're making a million of us be tired. Oh, look, yeah, listen to me in the yawning voice. Were you listening carefully? Lies. Yes, lie. I did tell the short version. Go forth, hero, and save the worlds. Only when you've gathered all 4 crystals can the heroes of time. Okay, I thought it wanted me to jump. I got concerned. Okay, into chapter 1. We defeated the Koopa, Super Koopa Quadro, and their Bowser mech. 1500. The 1500. You thought the 1,000-year door was a long time? Well, get ready, fucker. In our remake of Old Boy, it's going to be another 10 years. Because that won't make things make less sense. Watch YMS's video on the American Old Boy remake. It's a reinterpretation. 6 Hearts. Kingdom Hearts. I've never played a Kingdom Hearts game. Like, I've played the first one, but it was, like, at someone's house, so, like, I've, like, never played Kingdom Hearts. I don't really want to, either. The weight of every world's fate once again rested on Mario's shoulder. Want to save your progress? No. Never felt less champion in life. Our hero is real. The hero is real. Anastasia, the prophecy, consulted and learned where the hero will go next. Will lay a devious trap for him and bring him to his very knees. I want him in the dick-sucking position. Stat! I already sent Mimi to a sidekick for that purpose. This pleases Count Black. I've granted her power. That should be enough. Yes, he will be helpless against her. I depart. Alert, Count Black when this hero is no more. Oh shit, the dude went 3D. And I'll fire off on him on that. Yeah, another item on the agenda. KO Chunks, we're gonna turn you into a robot. I was spit on there. Some minions in the Bowser organization are still resisting assimilation. I'm gonna squash the resistance. And while I'm doing that, I want you to stay here. And just sit tight and think about your recent job performance, Kay. She just fucks off. This really tweaks my chin hairs. This really scalps his pubes. Oh my god, Peach. Oh, do we get to play as Peach? In 1,000-Year Door, you also get to play as Peach between chapters. It's very fun. She has a kind of 3D model? What the fuck is that? Didn't that nasty Count Blick try to make me fuck Bowser? And then Luigi. Luigi was there, in the corner, watching. Oh, I don't like something about her head when she turns. I'm the only one left. So, you're finally awake. Count Black must have caught you at that border crossing. Oh, you two fuckers. Are you okay? That was one crazy wedding. You can't even find his groomness. You remember King Bowser? Oh, and that guy with the mustache. I think he had a green tux on or something. Luigi, that's the guy. We don't know where he ended up either. Thing is, most of us minions got all brainwashed by that black guy's assistant. Yeah, everybody's half nuts. It's not safe here. We've got to clear this area now. Private Koopa here will escort you, okay? You guys make a break for it. But what about you? What am I gonna do? I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go help my men. You know what? I guess Bowser's minions would help Peach in this situation. That's really... I was gonna say, like, oh, it's nice. They're, like, working together, because this is, like, fucked. But it's also like, oh, Bowser wants Peach alive, like... So, in this situation, yeah, it makes sense that they would, like, ally with her. King Bowser burning you to a crisp if I left him behind. Leave no Koopa behind! Hoorah! What's the matter, Hammer Bros? You trying to get old? Good luck out there, Princess Peach. Hail Bowser! Hail Bowser! Hail Bowser! Farewell, God be with me. Okay, lady. We gotta evac this zone. Let's roll before it gets foobar. Okay, I can't. Oh! Super Mario Bros. 2! Fucking daughter Peach. Listen, lady, we're in house out territory here. Move it now. Go, go, go. You, give up. There is no hope for escape. All hail the glorious Count. Do not resist. Submit to his rule. You'll love it. Johnson Koopa, I'm your captain. Drop and give me 20 shell spins. Yeah, I don't really feel like it. They've already sworn eternal allegiance to Count Black. Like, K? Now you need to, so I'll just go ahead and cancel you in for 10 o'clock brainwashing. You just messed with the wrong Koopa. I Sir Bowser. Higher. Hell Black. Yeah, that's what I thought, bitch. Few problem minions. You be a lamb and round them up for me, okay? Yes, mommy. Oh man, it is going downhill fast. They broke the captain. He's been mind broken. They find us. It's game over, man. Game over. We gotta clear this area stat before they start coming out the walls. I don't know what's going on, Peach. I just work here. This floor. I do like the black and white aesthetic. Yeah, it's just very stark. No, fuck that door. We're going all the way. Hold up. There's a ton of hostiles behind that door. Tell me that before I run down. He's so cute. Peach is a cutie. Peach is a cutie. Oh no, that's just void out there. Staying here won't do sound good. Let's turn around and keep looking. Oh, turn back. Yeah, no, your friend there had it right. This is your dead end. Good thing I have a parasol so I can fucking jump over and then float the other way. Find cover, lady. I'm trained to handle scum like this. Be yours. hail, Count Blick. Wow, Princess, you sure are lucky. I thought the wedding explosion finished you. This is the end of the road, and your luck runs out here. This time you came on over and got... Come, cummies. Daddy's cummies in my tummies. Come for the count, come. Alright, yeah, that's great and all. My hypno powers kind of say otherwise. Just sit tight, it's okay. Because I just gotta brainwash you real quick. Teach you run. Run, bitch. Oh shit, or that also works. Well, that's not a deal breaker. Our prophecy fulfillment plan is running smoothly. We have no need for a white woman. All worlds are about to fall, so I don't care where she runs. I'm paraphrasing text. Yeah. I remember that day well. The room was warm. The whole place was at peace. After the fall of the Berlin Wall. You're awake at last. You must have gotten caught up in that border-crossing ambush, same as us. Where am I? Is this a human's home or a toad's? Lech. Don't wiggle like that. I found you at the cliff face. You took quite a fall. This is going to be Count Bleck's memory. Is that what it is? You're a human, correct? I don't repulse you. I am of the tribe of darkness. No, that's kind of hot. Now, with a heart would not ignore an injured soul. Soul Edge. The most powerful weapon. The only rival to Soul Calibur. That was a Marapax loss. That day. That was the day our tragedy was set in motion. There, under the cherry blossom trees. By the winding creek. I still remember the sound of the cicadas. If you get a pure heart, you can choose to visit specific sections in each chapter. I don't know if there's any backtracking possibility, or if that's just, you know, for if you miss stuff. But I'm just wondering out loud there, some criticism. Okay, unless it's to mask a load time, I don't like these transitions, like, taking time. If it's to mask a load, then okay, fine. You have to do something, so. I can see from your face is that you're very happy. You must have met a very hot old gilf, Mario. You must have gotten quite lucky with one of my ancestors. How was it, dear friends? Did you find a pure heart? The one true virgin heart. Merluminia, she gave it to us. You were well met. She is an ancestor of mine! I hope you fucked her. She was the one who wrote the Light Bible to counteract the Dark Bible. They built this town. Master Merlin, bad news. What collection of fucking squares is this gonna... Yeah, okay. Get a hold of yourself, you fucking floating blocks. Rayman-ass motherfucker. The girl fell out of the sky. The girl fell out of the sky. What in the world? Please go on the elevator and come up to see her. Mario, we may need your voicemail. Oi, Majima. Nice to meet you too, man. You believe in fortune tellers? You ought to try it once. there were a lot of things to interact with, so... Is this where they went? You know what happened to this guy? I hope Mar- Hey, it's Peach. She's in the position. I was just staring at the sun, and then... I don't know who this is. What's the matter?
Oh.
This is the princess that Count Black kidnapped.
Yeah.
Yeah, Princess Apple Pie. The poor girl seems to have had a rough time of that, we can be sure. She doesn't appear to be conscious. Perfect. And she's shivering. Well, alright, put a fucking blanket on her. Oh ho, I know. Alright, you must go to the chef named Saffron on the first floor of Flip's side. I am sure she knows a warming and revitalizing recipe for this poor girl. I know if I could, like, if my body and your my body and you and your I revived her. Alright. Now off with you. Find Saffron, the chef on the first floor. Is this the way? I don't know what I'm fucking doing. Okay, let's Yes, Mario, we all know you have a very impressive high jump. We all know you won the gold in '88. Oh, he's so fluffy. I can't so fluffy. I don't know about that. Look, he's tripping. I feel like this is not it. Nope, that is Tinga's hand. And then there's Merlin's. And then there's the shop, which also probably is not right. How's it shop here on the flip side? What you need? Nothing. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself, San Diego. I think you said on the first floor, right? Oh! Oh, shit. Fuck's that other half of the town, then? Old man. Sweet Gladys, you're not Gladys. I'm old and dying. Oh, mommy. Did I get some interesting info from a buddy of mine? He swore me to secrecy, but you look like you can keep quiet, so I'll tell you. See, this is how people fuck up secrets. Eat mushrooms to restore your HP. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you to eat you. No one's gonna be able to find the body because I'll consumed it. Have you met my Walter? He's good. He's bad at looking. He's good at not being able to see. Can't make faces out, and he tends to yell. He's a hunk when he's mad, though. I'm a horny old block woman. I remember when the IDF murdered my brother. Holy shit, a DS! I need food that can make a woman. spicy soup it is then. The fire burst. Some stores sell fire bursts. Bring me a fire burst. Oh, you already have one. Alright, hand that shit over then. Hey, our turn items into cooked goods thing. Spicy soup. Sip with a flame-proof spoon. HP, cure poison. Get it to her as quick as you can. Waiting there to upload. My boyfriend is the best. Oh, they're gonna break up, but then they'll get back together. I didn't mean to talk to you. I'm trying to invade this person's home. Okay. Papa gets influenced by new stuff very easily. He's what we call a swing voter. He lacks vision. There's people back there. How do I get to them? Okay, there's a crack in the wall. I go up the crack in the wall and then I can walk through. Okay, you can't use that elevator. But we can use this one to go there. Alright, dump this soup on her face.
Hi.
Hi. But where are we? Welcome to Flipside. Who the fuck are you?
Yeah.
Come to my house. Recently unconscious woman. That's how I ended up in Town. Oh, Mario. Luigi and Bowser. There's just no way to know. They could be dead. One pure heart shall lead the way to the next. Find the next heart pillar. You must set up your heart in it. When you do, a world you can progress in the game. She's long guarded a treasure. It's probably a pure heart. The Light Bible also talks about how awesome she is. You need to find the lady, yeah? Ah, you go in as well. Oh, but Princess, you've only just recovered. Can't just sit here and let everyone else go off. The void that's spreading in the sky is my fault, mine and Bowser's. Oh. I'm going, that's fine, I'll have made my weakness. Oh, okay, fuck it. I didn't realize this happened. That's fun. She's just like Leia, the daughter of Ada. He is somewhere. Quite literally. I'll keep reading the Life Bible. Okay, oh my god, yes.
Yes.
Let's go, I want to play the game. Use our umbrella. Fuck it, Super Peach Bros. Okay, this is where the new levels open. Okay, so is it not a load then? Because that was a much faster fucking way to get down here. Sometimes you gotta press up to go down. Monster Advisory.
What?
Oh, okay. Okay, pipe it is. Hey, hero. Try doing the thing. No, it is too hard. I don't like it. It is a bad game. People who like this game are bad. Heart killer ahead. Float across the stone tubs. Oh, like the peach. Mario can float. Shit, stage level areas in. The second floor outskirts. Why don't they build out here? Rams and enemies when you kick the shell. Worth 1,000 points. I need a lot more than 1,000 points, so... I don't want to buy any of those. I don't want to buy any of those. Time to bog it. Oh, this is exciting. Let's go. And that was it. What a boring broom. What the fuck? Fucking fall again. Best challenge, the hardest platform challenge I've faced in the game yet. Hello, criminal. Two things I hate. Old dudes with mustaches and old dudes without mustaches. So take it right, old dude. Go up the road to Murder's Mansion, will ya? What if I talk to him as a hot piece of ass? You wanna go get drinks with me? What a sit. Aw, you're so sweet. We'll get trapped there and bad things will happen. Because I am your fate, your destiny. If I don't come back, will you perhaps try to save me? You know, like a certain mustachio man used to do. For a mega peach storm. Oh, I'm so happy I hit this peach. God, it's a fucking sprite from the original game. But what if we make the game? What if we make the efficient way to play the game also a little obnoxious? I mean, you don't want to miss a secret, do you? You don't want to miss that. Okay, I guess that section is just for fun. Now, since we're over an hour and a half, so we're going to do a break, and I could use a second drink and probably a little snack. So, let's take a break for some light, fun, 10,000 Dead. Slaughter continues. Something that will pair well with a Mario game.
So we're up to 10,000 dead now, 10,000 Palestinians killed, of which a tiny proportion are actually members of Hamas. I think Israel recently said that in total they've killed something like 40 Hamas commanders, which there's no reason to trust anything Israel says, but like even if you take their word for it, like 40...
What, because they're Jews?
Commanders, like how many actual militants? What's the ratio of like militants dead to civilians, do you think? I mean, like, you got to know it's bad, because I feel like if it wasn't, Israel would be claiming that, like, half the people they're killing are Hamas, but I haven't even seen claims like that. You know, it seems like they're mostly just throwing their arms up in the air and going, yeah, we're killing mostly civilians. What are you going to do about it? I popped open the CNN article, so we hit this crazy milestone. And I was reminded immediately of like the state we're in by reading the language here. More than 10,000 people have been killed in Gaza since Israel launched its military offensive nearly a month ago, the Hamas-controlled health ministry in the Palestinian enclave said Monday. Israel declared war on Hamas after the Islamist militant group launched a brutal attack on October 7th, killing 1,400 in Israel, kidnapping more than 240. Israel retaliated by launching an air and ground offensive on Gaza, vowing to eliminate the militant group. Remember, it's a brutal attack when you kill 1,400 as an Islamist militant group, okay? But when you kill 10,000 with vastly superior firearms and displace more than 1 million, okay? That's not brutal. That's a retaliation, all right? Vowing to eliminate the militant group. It's unclear how many combatants are included in the total. CNN cannot independently verify the numbers released by the Ministry of Gaza, which is sealed off by Israel and mostly sealed by Egypt. The 10,000 number is pretty reliable. It also makes sense from what we're seeing, you know. There are many thousands of people who are still buried in the rubble. Like, we might not actually ever get the full number of people dead here. I have a feeling that, like, this is the end for Gaza. I genuinely, like, people are wondering what's next? Like, what is the future of Gaza? And I just can't see a world where Israel continues to allow it to exist. It's very obvious at this point that, like, the United States is not going to let anything or anyone stop Israel from committing this massacre, because we are so desperate to keep our wedge against Iran in the Middle East. And, you know, as a consequence of that, like, what's next, right? Israel is not going to kill 2 million people because, as much as they would want to, don't get me wrong, that's a lot of work. So in all likelihood, a significant number of these people are probably going to be displaced. I imagine international pressure is going to mount largely against Egypt, you know, to take in a bunch of people. But, you know, who knows how much sway we have there, really. Egypt doesn't want to take in 2 million Palestinians. Maybe some other countries will, like, performatively offer to help by, like, you know, I'll take 10,000, I'll take 10,000. I don't really know. It's ethnic cleansing in the most sheer and obvious terms. What's more, from what I can tell, and obviously this isn't official policy because it would be pretty bad optics for them to just openly admit it, but the impression that I'm getting from a lot of Zionist types, you know, like advocates for what's happening right now in Gaza, is that they really are viewing this as a complete retaking. There are officials in Netanyahu's cabinet who have just, like, officially stated, like, yeah, we want to retake this land. All the Palestinians are evil and should be deported. You know, like the Ministry of Heritage. We looked at his comments just a little bit ago. When I say a little bit ago, what I'm saying is from my time. Maybe you haven't seen that video. You should watch all my videos. But I've been seeing a lot of, like, congratulatory Zionist sort of bullshit on how, like, you know, we're taking the beaches back. Yeah. Gaza having, of course, prime beach real estate. Unironically, I've actually heard the beaches there are really nice. So they're all fantasizing about setting up hotels or whatever. I can't imagine any future in which Gaza continues to exist. Like, we have to face the cold hard facts here, right? I mean, Hamas can't win. Even if Hamas could somehow win, and they can't, but even if they could, they're not exactly responsible, well-intentioned shepherds of the Palestinian well-being, obviously. They're Islamist militants. They may have been radicalized by some of the most brutal long-term occupation yet seen on the face of the planet. So their radicalization may be sort of nested in something legitimate, but as a consequence of that, a lot of them are cuckoo. Sorry, I just don't place much stock in the, the governing ability and the well thought out intentional leadership of Islamist militants, right? We saw this with the Taliban as well. I mean, the Taliban are essentially the official government of Afghanistan now, but that doesn't exactly make them, being anti-colonial does not necessarily mean you're good for the people that you're ridding Western oppressors of. So that's Hamas, right? In terms of international involvement, I don't know at what threshold Biden or like the West broadly would back condemnation against Israel for their behavior. I genuinely have no idea. It seems like this is going to continue to be more and more optics poison for the Biden administration, considering the fact that even just a month of support for Israel has led to, what was it, an 11-point drop in support of the Biden administration from Democrats. Independents were affected as well. So it's possible there might be some point where they're like, holy shit, we have to condemn. And maybe something comes of that. Biden could stop this. Like that, by the way. No matter how much Israel has attempted to build itself out as some kind of independent nation state, it is shielded massively by the position the United States has on the UN Security Council. We can protect Israel from international condemnation, which we have done dozens of times before in their flagrant violation of human rights laws. So, they need us. And if we don't back them, then they're in a lot of trouble, no matter how many nukes or U.S. weapons they have. So there's that. Yeah, but I don't know if that's ever going to happen. So, following all that, pretty much the only options are just all the Palestinians get kept in a smaller part of Gaza, they get removed entirely, or all of Gaza is returned to the Palestinian people. And I don't know which of these is going to happen. I don't think all of Gaza is going to be kept in the hands of the Palestinian people. It seems like right now the approach the IDF is taking towards their ground invasion of northern Gaza is intentionally designed to just flatten it from the top down so that they can essentially rebuild over it. I could be wrong on that. I remember seeing from like satellite images, like lines of bulldozers moving through, presumably to destroy IEDs and traps of some kind, clear rubble, allow soldiers to move through. I'm not a military expert. It seems like their behavior is very much focused on capturing the land rather than clearing the city, if that makes sense. But who can say? Israel has been looking for a way to oust the Palestinian population for a long time. They've been doing it slowly, bit by bit, and now they've been given casus belli to just finish the job in Gaza. So maybe that's the goal here. I don't know if Egypt is going to take those people. I don't know if they're going to be like made functionally stateless as they just flee and just sort of like scatter to the winds. I don't know, maybe there's going to be some like extremely ill-advised mass exodus up to Lebanon. I have no idea. I don't know. I don't think anyone does. I don't think that Israel has a plan here, really, because unless Egypt opens up its borders or something massive changes, at some point Israel is either going to have to stop or just grind 2 million people into paste, which I feel like even that, that might just be enough to get the Biden administration to lift a finger. I don't know. Maybe, call me naive. It's not impossible. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, there's an off-stream segment. No chat.
Hold on. Let me see if I can, IDF ground forces in Gaza. Oh, wait, UA map. UA map Israel. Live UA map. Every would-be geopolitics expert's favorite tool. Thank you.
Oh yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Ukraine and Russia.
So here we have, of course, the northern part of the Gaza Strip. This line right here, I believe it's this line exactly, right? This is the river crossing? Or is that here? I think it's this. Yeah, because that's where this stops. That is the line south of which Palestinians were told to flee. This blue area is controlled by the IDF. We just saw this, some IDF soldiers taking a photo by the beach. That would be somewhere here or somewhere here. They have recaptured that expensive beachfront territory, that they're going to build hotels on. There are still many, many, many Palestinians here who did not flee south, because obviously being given just a few days to flee south across crowded, bombed-out roads that are still actively being bombed, when there are sick people, young people, you know, you have no food, no water, no electricity, it's a tall order. Too tall, in fact. So there are a lot of people who are still here, a lot of people who are still going to get hurt. And now they're trapped. IDF here, IDF here. They certainly can't flee this way. There are plenty of IDF soldiers right here along the so-called border. So they're going to crunch in. And again, like, what's going to happen? I imagine that as the vice closes, we're going to see more and more videos of war crimes. I mean, we've already seen plenty, so that's not new. But, you know, everyone has a cell phone these days, and you're going to see just movement through. I think that Israel is aware of this too, because they are deliberately bombing the houses of journalists in northern Gaza. Hold on. Israel-Gaza war has taken a severe toll on journalists, and Hamas launches unprecedented attack. The deadliest month for journalists since the CPJ began gathering data in 1992, the Committee to Protect Journalists. So in the entire history of this committee, specifically designed for this exact purpose, this has been the deadliest month for journalists. In large part because Israel is deliberately striking the houses of journalists. They keep tabs on this stuff. Journalists are being killed precisely because they have the ability to film and broadcast what IDF soldiers are doing and will do. And as the vice tightens and gets closer and closer towards where...
But what if every single one of those journalists had anti-Semitic kneecaps? Wouldn't it be just to shoot them in the knee then?
These people are trapped. You know, what do you think the IDF is going to do when they see them? Like, given the way Israel has behaved thus far, I think it's pretty reasonable to assume that the IDF is going to take a pretty, like, shoot-on-sight attitude towards a lot of groups of innocent refugees. And there probably will be a few times that, like, Hamas insurgents are sort of, like, hiding amid the crowds of civilians and over the people around them by shooting from them. Though obviously that behavior on its own doesn't give the IDF soldiers permission to just gun everyone down. That shit happened all the time in Afghanistan or you know, or Syria or whatever, where you would have, like, insurgents mixed up with civilians. And the United States military still is way, way, way more cautious and fair-handed when dealing with this kind of situation than the IDF is. Because we're not hopped up on anywhere near as many Hitlerite particles. Anyway, yeah. Israel does not want there to be any cameras on the ground as the IDF moves in, because we're going to see some gruesome shit. Like, yeah. 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 If you want to look into it too, like, there are tons of articles that are specifically just about how bad this conflict has been for journalists. In large part because, like, there has been an active effort to kill them. The IDF loves killing press. They love that. They love killing press. It's their favorite thing in the world to do. CPJ said it's investigating numerous reports of other journalists being killed, missing, detained, hurt, or threatened, and of damage to media offices and journalists' homes. Like, the IDF doesn't give up. They'll bomb, like, Western journalists. They've bombed, like, UN schools. They do not care. Some good news over here on the right-hand side. The Israeli army, 50,000 Palestinians moved from northern Gaza to its south today. I don't know whether or not that statistic is accurate, but that does mean they are keeping a corridor open. 50,000 is... I don't know how many people are trapped up here. My guess would be like 250,000. That'd be a guess. Total, just complete guess. Throwing that out there into the void. Somewhere in that ballpark, maybe. I don't know how many are going to be allowed to leave. It makes sense that the IDF would try to keep a corridor open for people who are able and willing to move down through this road. That would make sense because it's to the benefit of the IDF that they move down, because the more people they have to gun through up here, the, like, more opportunities they have to sort of worsen their international reputation. I'm not really sure. I guess we'll have to see. Yeah. It's such a small part of the world. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. That's why our donation today was a big one to the PCRF. That's why that was today's big donation. IDF deals with hostages like a 14-year-old Counter-Strike player. Man. Fucked up. But okay. That's a break. Watched a little bit of coverage from Vosh. Going over the just, humanitarian and civilian crisis that Israel is kind of, fucking causing to happen. Depressing shit. It's not good. It's not good, folks. I don't know what to do either. Call and contact your congressperson and your senator, and if they aren't, on the side of ending this shit, call and bitch at them. Make them tired. Make their staffers tired and panic, alright? It actually does make a difference when their phone lines and email queues get flooded with people telling them that they're being shit about this and they should act a different way. That does have an effect on what their thoughts are, and as Americans, it's, aside from just, directly donating to relevant charities, bitching at your congressperson, bitching at every congressperson. Just lie and say you live in their district. You can just do that. You can just say you live in their district in the email, on the phone. Everyone's phone number. It's the XKCD comic. The first 3 numbers in your phone number are where you lived in 2008. That's what mine is. Fucking got the Cleveland phone number, even though I haven't lived in Cleveland in a decade. But, yeah. Aside from that, and aside from just pushing back on crazy pro-Israeli shit where you see it, I expect things are gonna keep getting worse for the Palestinian people before they get better, and that sucks. I don't. I'm just a guy sitting in his house in Chicago, right? I don't have a thing. I don't have a thing that would for it. Just I'm looking at the cards in my hand and I'm shrugging my fucking shoulders because I don't know what the fuck to make of it either. Here, before we transition to the back to the fun little video game, let's just do a real light. Let's do a meme. Let's do a meme or two. Let's just do something to be on a different kind of feeling.
It's melting! My precious power ring, gone forever!
He's going over that cliff!
My name is Azalea Evergreen. I was a soldier in the Civil War, and I killed 1,000 guys. And now, I have a full-time job at a post office or something. How old am I?
I don't know, 22?
14 years old.
How the fuck does she have a job?
My name is Soski Boske. I was a former piano prodigy, but after years of competition, I left the stage due to psychological trauma. Life is but a series of petals fluttering onto a pond, rippling into starlight, a cosmic dance of infinite possibilities.
16?
I'm 8.
Children don't talk like this.
I'm just a little baby girl.
0?
I'm 1,000.
Nope.
So far, are you?
I don't know, like 10 episodes. It's just pretty good.
Okay, so you're still an Orange Dominion. I know it's a little slow, but the next arc is so good.
Oh, dude, Galaxy Vacation?
Yeah.
As soon as I watched Galaxy Vacation, I was like, oh man, I'm on board.
It's easily top 5 arcs, although I really love Jump Rope Canyon.
Jump Rope Canyon.
It's so long, though.
Yeah, I know, but the payoff is incredible at the end. Plus, it leads right into Soda Pop Frequency.
That's not a real thing.
You know what's underrated?
What?
Dog 5.
Dude!
Especially the part where Benji couldn't fight.
Oh, hey, spoilers.
I mean, I don't know who that is.
Oh, man. He's great.
What's great about Benji-kun is there's actually a really good filler arc with him. Did you ever watch Spade is Invulnerable?
That is just words strung together.
No, I skipped it.
I'd say it's worth watching, and it also has
Spade is invulnerable.
some pretty decent foreshadowing for Jingleberry.
Oh, Jingleberry. Poor Vegeta Low.
Hey, spoilers!
You know Vegeta Low?
Yeah, I mean, he was introduced in the, like, 3rd episode.
Well, no spoilers, but let's say don't get too attached.
Okay, so he dies then? Okay.
He does come back in Hotel Dusk, though.
Okay, that's just a DS game.
No, it's about like this.
I'm not watching this fucking anime.
You should read the manga!
And lest we forget, JoJo BA arc names. Fucking. Because this is, to me, I mean, that is the example. Phantom Blood, Battle Tendency, Stardust Crusaders, Diamond is Unbreakable, Vento Aro, Stone Ocean, Steel Ball Run, and JoJo Leon. Oh, is this like the way they break down the arcs within the main parts of the story? Fair. Spade is invincible. I like the part where Spade yells Dora. Back to Mario says, "Yippee! The IDF is the most moral military in the world." Mario's a working man. Mario's on the side of the Palestinian struggle to not be massacred. A slow This is exciting. Triple points from you. Oh, shit. Yes, I would like it. That was some free shit right there. There we go. Dumped it. This one I can do. What the hell? There's nothing here. Even if you can't see it, you can still turn that switch on. Try bumping into it. Oh my god, it's a Mungus. What the fuck was that? I thought that was gonna be like a new partner. Oh yeah, let's rap. Also 1,500 years, 1,500 more thousand. I would wait 1,000 years, and I would wait 500 more.
Me?
Here we go. Yeah. You clean your room before a test? Yeah. That's right. Let's just be friends. Yeah. You got it. Shopping online. Once put on a shirt and set out, didn't bother reversing before going out. I remember that. You want to be sleeping when you're awake, but when you're tired, you want to wake up. New best pixel here. You said it, not me. We're worthy of his power. And now we can blow up cracks, and now we can go in the back half of town. Alright, Bombad joined our party. We got a boomer! Okay, boomer. Alright, boomer. Each second explodes into the next. Time's bomb explodes on. Game Boy. Okay, wow, hi. Happy we went here. Cause finding a boomer. That could help us on our adventure. Well, you know what? What if I do? You know, if you can fuck yourself. Oh, but which, oh, I got 4 doors here. Last one. I thought I was gonna make it pop out of one of the other doors. Oh, okay, I can get that. That's good to know. Okay, currently, and I would consider this a problem, not a major one, but I don't know why there's a meter limit for how long you can be in 3D. I don't know why it's limited. I haven't been able to figure out what problem that's solving. You know? I don't know why it's necessary. Something happened because you did the thing. it's very sensitive. They slurp. No attack will work, but they're fragile on the inside. What if Dodongo... Okay, now we go in the middle. We go in the other door. That'll probably bring us on top of there. I swear, I have to figure out if I need to get a second cat for the cat to play with, or if I should just bite the bullet again. Okay, well, that's all this was for. Yes, oh my gosh, buddy, I know. It's like, the sun has set, so you want to hunt so hard. Oh, hey, here's the door. Man, there was other shit that had things on top of it. On the far side of a beast-ridden swamp, Mario and Co. found an imposing residence. This must be Merlin's mansion, squealed Princess Peach with glee. I forgot we had one of these. Our friends could only find the pure heart quickly. Their quest here would end when his fate ever set Mario on such a simple path. Cursed to be beset by troubles as Mario, brimming with anticipation, quivering with delight. Our plucky heroes plunged deep into Merle's spot. Sex, 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 fuck, 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 pussy, 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 dick, 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 sex, 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 fuck, fucky, fucky, fuck. Chin, chin, chin. Yes, I'm not a chainsaw man. How can you tell? Okay, what was? Is this like our Boo mansion? It's gonna be Merle's mansion? I guess that wouldn't be not fitting. That's it. Believers, open the door. Non-believers, open it now. What the fuck does that mean? Okay, that like hooting owl sound just legit sounds like I'm going like. Whew. That just sounds like someone's like behind me. Oh. Oh god. I'm doing this with the controller, so it takes a minute. Hey, get nip. They're just getting you out of harm's way and they kick you out of the mansion. They look scary, but they're actually quite... What the fuck does that mean? Bombs. Shit. Oh yeah. what if I grab it? Oh my gosh, that's three-dimensional. What power they have. What is this? Fucking tub of blubbos wubbos? Anyway. Ooh, going to the door from the freaking side. Girl talk. Welcome to Merle's Mansion. You can call me Mimikins. You're here to see Lady Merle, aren't you? How super for you. She's on the second floor in the farthest room. Just head on up there whenever you're ready. Don't you dare go into any other rooms by accident or else. Okay, some of this. Okay, let's go meet Merle. Later. And by later, I mean right now, because that wasn't immediately Merle. Check it out! Alright, first gotta steal. Alright. Alright, that's that's funny. Let's get through this room. Oh my gosh. What a shock. Here you go, my sweet. What's wrong? Don't like having a bomb explode in your stomach? How droll and droids. I guess. That's a door. No, Merle's favorite pet. It's the biggest of the bunch. Someone tied it down. It's worried that this mean person wants to hurt you. Oh, we gotta go help our boy. Our boy, Gino. Fuck, that's funny. I didn't laugh, but it was very funny. Okay, so this feels pretty much the same as before. Oh, I can do that. Hell yeah, I fucking leveled up. Well shit, thank you for appearing, please. Okay, that's right. Peach on the 3D sound. Well, you know what? Alright, full health anyway. You're like a dog, I'm like a white woman. Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? I just want to make you happy. Hey, I went in like all the other rooms. But what he doesn't know is that the Mario goes where he pleases. Oh hey me, I'm a fucking Mario, I'm on a Nintendo shit cube. Yeah, you know how to get to me. I'm really, you're a cat. Oh shit. I got very... Alright, I need to get some meter back. See? Look, you're figuring it out. Yeah, you're figuring it out, buddy. Do you want to come up? Do you want to come sit? You want to come sit? You want to sit on Daddy? You want to sit on Daddy, Billionaire Buster? It's okay if you don't. You're a free spirit. You do what you want. And this is a yes and household. Can Bud go on the couch? Have you seen him on the couch? It's adorable. It's a cat curled up on a couch. Oh, but he might get hair on it. Like, bitch, you think I don't shed? You think I don't get hair on shit? Not like the cat does, but the cat's also a lot cuter than me, so I let it slide. This definitely feels like the same people who made Thousand Year Door were like working on this. Like aesthetically, it totally fits in as like a sequel to that. And general like vibe and writing, like I'm definitely seeing, and I'm sure it gets even better. That just I've heard people praise the writing in this game, and you know when we get to Thousand Year Door, we'll be able to like especially with the first Paper Mario as like a comparison of like very typical Nintendo. Thousand Year Door is a lot funnier. Thousand Year Door there's literally a part where you literally help a mafia style crime boss, like his like aspiring right hand man runs off with his daughter to marry her because they're in love, and just they all have Italian accents, and just the dude's literally like the Dawn, and he's wearing a suit, and just he's literally a gang. You're literally helping a mafioso. Like it's not like it's like oh you can infer it's like he's literally a mafia guy. He's literally a mafia Don. Like at the start of the game, at the very start of the game, you see two of his pinatas beating the shit out of a guy from the other gang that's in your main city. Like, I don't know. Thousand Year Door is something special. So, actual literal gameplay wise, this is a complete different fucking genre. We haven't had turn-based combat even once. Because just, you know, we've seen the videos. I did the fucking playthrough of Paper Mario. Paper Mario Thousand Year Door is a clear, just obvious expansion upon the so compared it you know what I mean. Fuck. I guess I'm the IDF soldier now. Like I'm not disliking this, but just one for full price. That would be hard. And two, see if it's like, okay, you know, this was fun, and in a couple years when we get like, you know, the real gameplay sequel to Thousand Year Door, and then it's just whatever meme of just the most black and white deep fried Mr. Incredible, where it's just like there will be another game with gameplay like Thousand Year Door, right, Alex? Right? Maybe before the next decade, even. And it's just why are we here? Just to suffer the comrades I've lost, body I've lost. Like they're all still here. Look at me, I'm a fucking Mario. Oh, okay, then if I hit the button, okay, no. God, if I miss that, I was gonna be... Whatever direction you need to hit on that fucking D-pad. Ah, and then I restore a point of health. Yes. If only I had a boomer to help me. Oh, I was about to be a little annoyed if I fucking fell off. Okay, yeah, we go all the way back. We go all the way back. Man, the cat Caesar. Oh, Augustus. Oh, Julius. Even if it had to be Caligula, anything but to getting spiker by the Spikerfall. Praise Zeus. Praise Jupiter. Praise Jupiter, I mean. Praise Mars. Praise Neptune and Venus. The place where women go to get a penis. Because boys go to Mars to get more candy bars. And girls go to Venus to get a penis. Because, you know, if they had a penis, they could kind of, that'd be cool. We were not thinking about trans people at summer camp. Fully not. Wait, shit, what the fuck? Right, I got a key. Seems to be affecting me. I didn't even grab the glass there. I'm the most lazy streams that fucking SS Officer Wolf Sniper, the greatest enemy of Israel, SSS Sniper Wolf. Did you hear how she tracked down a Jewish guy and like was outside his house threatening him? That's fucking wild. Oh, it's fun to lie about people who are like so much above your station. See, yeah, someone like her with her tens of millions of subs. It's like lying about her. In the most naked. Fucking, I am not Mr. fucking Rogers. That man's very, very nice. You appreciate a Mr. Rogers when you can find him. Because boy howdy, most of us are not that. But someone like SS Snipe, however many fucking S's did it, she doxed the guy. That's the thing, people are mad at her. Because the guy was making videos about how shitty her. I'm doing the bad thing right. Okay, right. I need to go through it. Yes, God, what did you need from me there? To be fair, that is a pretty good boy. Wyatt went straight for her. Good thing we went exploring. What if I took it? Oh. Really? I can't jump sideways into it. I'm surprised. You know, 64 Sunshine Galaxy, like, you can fucking just fucking side bomb into a star and you'll fucking woohoo! I'm trying. I'm doing shit. I'm just doing Mario. Fuck. Deeper into the mansion. Where is this mysterious woman? So said Tippy, trying to sense the Virgin Heart's location. That's what a pure heart. It is just a pure heart. So it's like water. Pure water. Or as they say, something water. Agua. With dread dangling like a broken chandelier, our heroes hurry through corridors. Fuck. It's beginning to affect me. Breaking the bank. Let him cook. Let him cook. Fuck that bank, though. Merly, you're no Luigi. What the? It's like I took what you love and changed it forever. A million rubies. What are we, Indians? No, it's Zelda. In India, they use rupees. Oh, they like coins? No one uses coins anymore! You peasants! I spit on your coins! What are you saying? You're telling me you don't have any rubies at all? You're just gonna have to work it off then.
Oh!
I own you. Enjoy later. I think I've heard this segment might be like a Shaggy Dog joke. We might have to earn 1 million rubies. We might just have to fucking do it. Okay, well I was getting drunk and I can now have a debt. Alright. Alright, yeah. As an experienced gamer, them adding a rubies meter to coincide with me having a debt is fucking funny. Oh, good. How you say, Mamma Mia? This is making my country Mushroom Kingdom style. Hey, bro. See the future for me and my gal. You're funny. I know I am. Too weird to live, too rare to die. Okay, okay, these are different, focuses. I work and work, but I can't never grab up enough rubies to pay off my debt. Okay, hang on, guys. What the fuck is going on here? This is like in Ventura Oro. Oh, wait, shit, no, that's Stone Ocean. Stone Ocean is what I was thinking of. I don't know if I'm ever gonna get out of this creepy place. New fleet, huh? Hey, did you know there's a VIP room as well as the normal one? You can earn rubies there way faster. Here's the problem though, you need a passcode to get in, only members know it. Okay. Okay, I see your game, bitch. Oh shit, who the fuck is this guy? Fine timing. I got some juicy info. 10,000. Sure! Not enough rupees. Not enough rupees, you shit. Oh god, we're in jail! This is awful! What am I, some kind of fucking American? Access denied. Guys, it's a 4-digit passcode. You can fucking Bruce Force that. You can Bruce Force that. It's not that hard. And it's not even particularly fun. Oh god, do I have to be working? Don't feel rubies. Watch out for the motivational sparks. Oh my god! Wow. This game really is channeling aspects of the average Japanese working man's experience. do we have to jump? Why can't we just save the platform? Why can't we make a thing that hits the blocks that's powered with the fraction of power from the blocks? Oh, I don't know how many rubies I have. At least 30. This way. Oh, I love rubies. Oh no. Took all my rubies. Oh no. Oh no, this sucks. Okay. I'm in a real spicy fucking meatball here, boyos. Oh, what if I was someone who could... While Mario has the high jump. And I mean, Peach technically jumps as equivalently high. I don't know that kind of thing. Oh, okay. I'll pay you. Grab a mushroom to get your energy back up. This one costs 10 rubies. 80 mushrooms is the only pleasure allowed in this horrible factory. I mean, he might be addicted. Okay, since I don't have 10, it just doesn't go on. Okay. Oh, right, because you could get hit by this thing and that would deal damage, and that would eventually kill you. That's not what Okay, so the one that is going to give me a tip for like 100 rupees. The ERP room, you can make more money. And there was a guy in the top floor person who would get some kind of info for 10,000 rupees. God, I love that there's just two fans pitifully blowing. Like, At least there's a fucking fan. I love the fan. I saw it before. I love it actually. So. Here they are, scum. Okay, let's see what that one piece of shit's tip was. The secret. Okay, you're crazy. You're lacking thrills. You need more thrills before I can help you. I'll recharge your thrill grades over the next 10 seconds. You ready? 1, 2, 3, 5, 4, 17, 3.14, 1 more zillion, 10. Now you're all chargified for it. Yeeper. Now you've got your thrills. You better be careful, I'm not like other pixels. Sideways turning pixel named Slim is now your card. Turn sideways and avoid traps or enemies. No, I'll be damned.
What?
Oh, shit, I can just get up there. Okay, let's get our secret thing. We got it. I could turn and then hit A. That would be slightly better. VIP room passcode 5963. 5963. Well, I'll make the 10,000 out of these and pay off if it's 5963. Did you hear that, folks? 5963. See, if this was 1,000-year door, the 5 would be missing, and we would have to go find it and put it back. No, wait a minute, I'm not going to do that giant laser. Run gerbils. Round and round she goes. When I'll retire, nobody knows. Big Boss Name hates the dark more than old hands. So need those gerbil legs. Power up. I knew there was something. The VIP room, run away. You'll run crazy Rufus in here. Go sit in the dark and cry like the baby girl you are. Wanna work hard, great. Wanna cry, that's fine. I don't care. Anyone for one second for me? Move Turtles move. Yes, I'm ready. You're working a shitty job. We're just working a shitty job, and you just can't wait to go home the second you find it. And then it's just like, Alright, in 2 hours, it'll only be 3 hours until I'm halfway through my day, right? Like that kind of shit go. This is kind of just what it feels like. Just imagine just this. This for like 8 hours, and people are sometimes mad at you. This, and if you get fired from this job, you don't know how you're going to be able to afford food this month. So you better keep running. You better keep running, little Luigi. Yeah, someone dropped out of high school to work a job to make money to pay for their poor family. Fucking idiot. You should have just abandoned them all to die. Turning sideways is not just trying to do something. I hope. I feel like it's not going to be the case. I hope these sparks are worth like 5 rubies each, and not just, it's still 1 ruby per spark, but I'm just getting them at like twice the speed. Because if that's the case, then that means we probably have to get at least 10,000. And I can get why people would bitch about that, because that probably does take like fucking 15 or 20 minutes. I'm just doing this shit. Okay. Yeah. Let's check out that one secret room. 4,000 rupees. Okay. It happen. Fucking ladder. See, alright, that's a good 1,000-year door kind of thing. I smell rubies up ahead and lots of them. Slenderizing pixels I heard about. Use one of them, you turn sideways, which makes you practically invisible. I think there's one of them things stashed somewhere in this mansion. Ah! Wait. Alright, that didn't help at all. Oh, I have to not. Oh my god, it's like Bo and/or Vivian's power. And by it, I mean, there is a story I've been thinking about telling. Just a personal story from my life, and I want to do it justice. And I come into the stream tired, and like I drank a little bit of spirit, and get a little hyped up. All right, what is going on? I think it's 10,000. Alright, 10,000. So we're gonna go run on that hamster wheel while I try to tell this story. 596. Okay. So here's the story. I'm riding the Amtrak train. I'm riding with my mom and my ex. We're starting in San Francisco. And we're heading down towards LA. I forget what the exact thing we were traveling for was. Some sort of various family. I can't remember what it. I can't even remember what it was for. But that's who was on the end. Now we get on the train. We're in one of the train cars. There's other people at the kind of tables. So it's a setup where it's like 4 seats. They're facing each other and there's a table. So it's like kind of sets of 4. Me, my mom, and my ex are sitting at one of those in one of the cars. There's other people, there's a few up and down from us. There's the other side. So there's at least like 10 or 12 of these 4-person spots, and there's at least like 6 or 7 of them coming up. And before the train gets going, there's 2 people who come on. So there's 2 people who come on together, and they sit in the booth across from us. And on first sight, this was a tragic break. On first sight, this was all right. The potential for a situation. So here's our 2 characters. We have a sweet, young, innocent, and extremely sympathetic young boy of, I'm going to say like 11. He's like, I'm trying to remember in my mind, he's young, he's growing up fast, but he's like 11. So imagine 11, you know? But hi there! He just clearly looks like a kid, right? A fucking 4 feet tall. And we have a adult woman, like a young adult. I'm trying to remember a detail here now, so I'm gonna say a young adult woman. Let's say. I'm trying to remember the relationship. Alright, fuck, because this ties into the story, so I want to say, I can't decide whether the other woman is the older sister or the mom. I can't quite remember the details right now of the rest of the story, if there was an indication or there were hints one way or the other. So, this woman is max like 30. Like, if she's the mom, she's 30. Okay, so anyway, maybe she's the older sister, I can't remember. But basically, she doesn't look the greatest in I don't want to be like politically. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm here, game. I'm here, Nintendo. So to not be politically correct, I'll just try to put it very simply. If you've ever seen a person and you thought, oh, that person looks like they have a problem with illegal drugs, and then it was in short order confirmed to you in some way that, like, oh yeah, there they are doing the illegal drugs on the street, right? Like, just like someone just Imagine, in your head, imagine a person who you see them and you go, this bitch might be awesome. I can deny her. Alright, someone like that. Like, it's not a judgment thing, it's when you're a drug addict, you're unpredictable. I don't know what you motherfuckers might do. I've seen videos of crackheads fucking taking a shit and picking up and monkey style throwing it at someone. Alright? Nothing is off the table. Drug addiction is a horrible thing. It makes people who are drug addicts really fucking horrible. That's not fun for anybody. Let alone the suffering of the drug addict, what about the suffering of the rest of us that have to deal with it? God, that's a bummer. Alright, that's the intro to this story. I hope that was enough. God, I just set up this. Alright, that's enough money though. I will. I'll get to the story at some point. Let's see what happens. Okay, so let's. My main inspiration when telling stories on YouTube streams is fucking Wubby. The way Wubby. Pay money, Wubby. The way he goes about stories. It's always the funniest shit. No matter how fucking stupid the story is, it's always fucking hilarious coming from him. I read a story about where there was like a crack in his pool's foundation. It was leaking, and his fucking the Odyssey-like ordeal he went through to eventually find a guy who looked like Wild Forest man version of Rob Snyder, and who found and fixed the issue in his pool in like an hour. Like, just fucking came in and knocked the shit out. It was like, I just listened for the water, man. Like, the fucking best guy. Thanks, bud. Alright. Name was Nampin, okay, and I heard her start sleep talking, and she whispered, Mods, take a pic of this, mods. Cool. I wonder what that means. I think it's her boyfriend's phone number or something. Well, I mean, that doesn't sound like my number, and I'm the one who's fucking her. I'll admit, being currently single, and therefore having, like, when you're a teenager, it's horrible. When you're like a teenager, it's just, it's a hard burden to bear. Being horny as a guy is like, it's a fucking struggle. Being horny as a guy is like a fucking struggle. Think about how many lonely, desperate men just fucking murder and rape people, alright? It's clearly a hard burden to deal with. We're not just like cracking for no reason. Oh, here's the listen to trans men, alright? They can tell you what going from not having testosterone to having testosterone is like. And a main thing I've picked up from that is that, yeah, you do really like want to fuck hard for some reason when you're on testosterone. 4, 1, 2, 6, 2, 8, 6, 2, 8, 1, 6. Anyway, wait, hell yeah. Oh yeah, let's do it. Oh, that's what Mario needs. That's what Mario likes to see. 1,000,000 rupees. Was a fun point for contemplation, relaxation. Though I feel like doing something like this in chapter 2, this feels way more to me like something you do in chapter like 4 or 5. Like, because then you could tie in making the player like think or reflect upon some stuff that they've done. But we're still pretty early in the game, so I'm just like, I want to play the fucking game. Like, why the fuck? Why am I having to go through this now? when I've played like 2 hours, when I played 1 chapter of the game. In full. What? Had you enough rubies to pay it off? That's what's supposed to happen. You've broken my curse. Yeah, I'll get you. Oh, wow, okay. Congratulations! She's fucking dead, Mario. You killed her.
Yeah.
Man, those chappy turns. Like, for 2-2, that feels too early. That should be like chapter 5 or something. What was her plan? Why did she try to enslave you? Princess Peach, no stairs going down. Stairs, she said. I wonder if... Game? They looked. They went. Yep. Brain time. Yeah, maybe let's see if I'm finishing out chapter 2. Pure heart is in here. I feel its tremor so much more strongly down here. Oh wait, Whoopi, thanks for coming to look for me. Mistress of the house, it's me. You're under attack. There's the prince on my soul. You will find me, I can tell. And if you do, take care for your eyes may air. Trust nothing foul or fair. No, I cannot last my power swinging fast at distances too fast. Are you ready to find me? Actually, I'm gonna play the next stage. I realize I haven't actually. I suppose she sounds pretty careful. Alright, we'll play to the next stage. Which could literally be the next room, I don't care. Next stage. Yep, there it is. Good. I'm like, oh, good. I'm actually way the fuck tired now that I Take that, Nintendo. I'm playing your game and enjoying it and sharing it with other people anywhere around the world. Doesn't that make you so fucking mad that I'm not playing it on my Wii? On my old-ass Wii that I don't think I have any. Yeah, I don't even have it anymore. I just have the Wii U. And I haven't plugged the Wii U in years because I have a Switch. Billionaire Buster. I know what that one is, and okay. What do we even... Was there even a thing to...
Nightstick here. Charger. Charger.
What? What the fuck?
familiar with Billy Mitchell, world video game champion? He could probably do it. So I gotta find a way to harness his power, and I think I found a way.
That's right, we're gonna cheat.
So I gotta find a way to harness his power, and I think I found a way.
That's right, we're gonna cheat.
Alright, time to withdraw Pokemon. Why does it say someone's PC?
Ooh, what a mystery! Oh, I wonder what that means. Who could that someone be? Ooh, I bet you're excited.
Okay. Anyway.
Hey!
Jesus, what?
Look at the PC now.
Okay. Okay.
Remember me? Bill?
Who?
You know, the guy you met at Cerulean City in the house?
Oh. Okay.
Well, I made it's my PC.
Who the fuck cares?
You're hurtful.
Fucking just the most pointless.
Okay, you know what? As a thing to finish out on, because I'm having fun, the Billionaire Buster community, that's right, all of you out there at home watching, we donate a little bit of money to the PCRF and watch a little bit of coverage from the Kharkiv Kid Finder himself, Fatty, in about the 10,000 Hamas commanders that the IDF has courageously bombed from afar in southwest Israel. Malu Akbar, but Jewishly. I can't ever keep a straight face. That's what keeps me from being a villain. Anytime I say stupid, ridiculous shit, I always just laugh at it because it's like, yeah, it was fucking stupid and ridiculous. It's really funny. Matthew Matosis. He's making a game or something. I wish him all the best of luck with that, because alright, this is bullshit. This is making me feel like I'm on like some fucking have you guys heard of it's like, it's Matthew fucking Matosis. Fuck! Wow, 11 years ago. Okay, that's the big impact, really, then. These are... Alright, when it comes to, like, good video game essays on YouTube, Matthew Matosis is, I guess, evidently, God... I was in fucking college the first time I watched these. I was in college when these came out. Fucking hell. I would have been, 11 years ago, I would have, I think, been either a freshman or a sophomore in college watching Matthew Matosis on YouTube in my dorm. In my dorm on my computer that I built myself. For only $1,000. Built it myself. With only a couple of fuck-ups along the way. The first PC build is the one where it's just like... Just that... Every other PC build after that is like, alright, you get in there. Every PC build after the first one is like, come on, it's fitting. Fuck you, get in there. Yeah, slam the Legos together sometimes. Yeah. Apply pressure, not excessive pressure, but, it may take some pressure to seat the CPU in the socket. Okay, just for, for fun nostalgia, for it being quality. I like Joseph Anderson a lot. Granted, his recent output has mostly been the streams. I like his streams. I think we've done some Joseph Anderson funny compilations on here, so... But, Joseph Anderson and Matthew Matosis was like the way back then a decade ago. The like, for me at least, two of the like first like top tier video essayists about video games. You know, we had video game related channels before that, but it was like Angry Video Game Nerd, who I love, but Angry Video Game Nerd is not an essayist. That's not his style. He's like funny skit reviews, which is totally valid.
Is there a way I can get in? What do I... Whoa. Let's go. Oh, I picked up a lantern somehow. Just pulled this out of my asshole, I guess. Good lord. This game is just absolutely... Of every horror game I have ever played, none of them have genuinely startled me until now. That was the bottom of the nutsack barrel jump scare. The absolute epitome of bad jump scares. Just fucking ambushed by a chupacabra with a split second of a loud noise, and it made me jump in my fucking seat.
You know what? I can see why. That sure came out of fucking nowhere.
What is that? Is that LaCroix? Why is LaCroix falling out of the sky? Was that a sky earthquake? I gotta tweet about this.
Oh man, that reminds me like in Cleveland, the first day it would snow, the first day of the year when it would like snow, you'd just be in class. You'd just be in, in class in grade school in the middle of the day and just someone would be, it's snowing, everyone, it's snowing. And everyone would get up and the teacher would be like, everyone sit down. But just everyone would go and just go to the windows and go, it's snowing. And we would all just do that for like a minute before we would go and sit down. And it's like, oh, we're sorry, teacher. It's snowing. Look. They're falling from the sky. Everyone's unique and beautiful. Yeah, this shit's magical. Now as an adult, it's like, it's snowing. Yeah, fuck, it's gonna be cold. Nothing changes because it's all the same.
(6秒経過) 7秒経過。ロードローラーだ！もう遅い！脱出不可能よ！8秒経過！ぶっ潰れよ！9秒経過。
Subnautica is not scary. Fucking throw him out of the world.
I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space!
Good morning, ma'am.
And isn't it a lovely morning?
Up yours,
Benoit!
What did you expect? Welcome, Sonny. Make yourself at home. Marry my daughter. You gotta remember that these are just simple farmers. These are people of the land. The common clay of the New West. You know. Morons.
Close and find out what's happening.
There's our ticket.
Hey, boys! Look what I got here!
Hey, where are the white women at?
Where are the white women at?
Die, Fetcher. You in
Man, that was pretty. I like that.
White women at? Alright, you know what, for fun, this is fine. This is fine enough on length on my end. Let's start with some nostalgia. Let's have some fun. I'm gonna pour myself another drink, but I'll get it playing. Not gonna be too much commentary for me on this one. I mean, maybe I might say some stuff, because I got memories of Ocarina of Time. I have replayed Ocarina of Time as an adult. It's quite a few years ago. I think it might have even been during. It might have been 6 or 7 years ago. I don't know. But I have replayed Ocarina of Time as an adult. I had a pretty good time with it. You know, a pretty good time. There's some spots where it's like, all right, you gotta fucking drop the fish in front of Jabu on the platform, and then even though it's a little tiny, he fucking just, and that's how you progress. Like, okay, it's an old game. I'm an adult. I was just trying to be like, nah, I just want to fucking play the game, but. I did replay it as an adult and have a pretty good time. There's a lot of quality. A lot of the music, atmosphere holds up. The combat's still pretty fun. The boss fights are fucking cool and epic. The general theme and vibe of things is like a solid, fun adventure throughout a world. The puzzles are, since they're puzzles, they still pretty much work the same they did back in the 90s, so like they're good, so... I'm positive on Ocarina of Time. It's not my favorite game ever. I'm not one of those people. But I had friends growing up who were those people. And who did beat Ocarina of Time like 20 times. Like 20 fucking times. You go to their house to like play and like all 3 files have like a fucking... One of them's got 20 shielded hearts. One of them's like a fucking 3 heart, right? Just... Your friend's like 12, but he's beaten the game like a dozen fucking times. So he knows where everything is at this point. I had friends like that, so I got to enjoy plenty of fucking Ocarina just secondhand from them. But I have played a shitload as a kid, and I'm definitely beating it as an adult anyway.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, this is the first in a series of 5 reviews that I'll be doing on The Legend of Zelda. I'll be reviewing Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, The Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, and Skyward Sword.
Since they're auto-gen subs, and you can't always trust those, just... It's Matthew Matosis. You should subscribe to him, as I've always been. I'm subscribed to him on my private channel. But,
yeah. Since The Legend of Zelda is one of the most prominent video game franchises ever, I thought it would be a good idea to turn a critical eye towards them, look at what works, what doesn't, and how the series has changed over time. I want to preface all of this by saying that I've completed every Zelda game to date and would consider myself a pretty big fan of the series. That said, I'm not blind to the flaws that exist in every game, and naturally I think some are more of a success than others. If you haven't played the Zelda games before, then you might want to give some of them a try before watching any of these videos, because I'm going to go into pinpoint detail and tell you more about these games than you ever wanted to hear. First up, it's Ocarina of Time. The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time was released back in 1998 for the N64 and is one of the most critically acclaimed games of all time. In fact, you'd be hard pressed to find a game more ingrained in gaming culture as a whole than Ocarina of Time. If you haven't played the original N64 version of the game, the GameCube disc re-release, the Virtual Console version, or the revamped 3DS version, then I'd have to recommend you get your hands on a copy just to experience something considered so large a slice of gaming history. But is that slice any good? That's what I'm here to explore today. The intro to the game is narrated by the Deku Tree, who gives the setting. Immediately we're thrown into Link's prophetic dreams and can see Ganondorf, the main antagonist. In about 60 seconds of cutscene, the game has gotten across its premise. My favourite thing about the intro in general, however, is the fact that Link is referred to as the boy without a fairy. Right away we know he's different in some way, but it's not made clear why. This foreshadows the minor plot twist later on that Link is a Hylian and not one of the Kokiri. It also helps him stand out as the protagonist. Once the game starts, the player is dropped into the forest village and left to wander around until they find a sword and a shield. This is something that's repeated a lot in Ocarina of Time, leaving the onus squarely on the player to explore their surroundings in order to advance. For example, even though Navi can tell you to go to Death Mountain, it's up to you to find out that you need to bomb the Rolling Goron in order to proceed. The game nudges in the right direction without hand-holding. This is a chance for the player.
When I was a kid, I was totally like, yo, sorry, kind of cute though. I was like, yo, she's Link's girlfriend. I'm like, well, guess who else's girlfriend she's gonna be? Her theme being like the best fucking bop in any Zelda game also doesn't hurt.
To get used to the controls. Movement is done using the analog stick, providing a great degree of control over Link's movements. One of the most interesting quirks is the lack of a jump button. It's a very deliberate decision to avoid the game venturing into platformer territory. Link will automatically jump upon running off a ledge. This can be one of the hardest parts of the controls to get used to because it flies in the face of conventional...
Yeah, I remember, because I'm pretty sure I played Super Mario 64 before I played Ocarina, and not having a jump was definitely like, wait, okay, what? But then the game's totally built around it, and since I didn't have so much precedent, I was like, you know, I accepted it. Because, like, it worked. That's the thing, once you're actually playing the game, you're fine without having a jump, because Link will contextually jump across gaps and shit, so... It's just like, yeah, it's not a platformer, you don't have a 6-foot vertical like Mario does.
Gaming wisdom. Normally people are supposed to avoid running off ledges at all costs, but in Ocarina of Time it's required to cross gaps. Link has virtually no mid-air control, which means once you've leapt off a ledge, you're committed to that jump. I'm a fan of Rock's Feather in the 2D games, but I can see why Nintendo might want to save the jumping for one of their other key franchises. Upon arrival at the Deku Tree, the game's first dungeon presents itself. This dungeon, while exceptionally easy to anyone who has played a Zelda game before, provides an excellent introduction to Zelda in a three-dimensional environment. Since previous Zelda games were top-down, one of the major additions that Ocarina provides is room for things to happen vertically as well. The central chamber that the player enters contains a great degree of verticality. There's vines to climb and a puzzle to be solved by realising that you can drop back down into the centre of the room. The item choice for this dungeon also serves as a way for players to get to grips with the new control scheme. The slingshot begs to be used in first person mode to pick Skulltula off the wall. The boss also uses vertical space, hanging off the ceiling until the player looks up to notice it. All in all, the Deku Tree is a great introduction to the basics of a Zelda game, and moreover it's a subtle introduction to Zelda when applied to a 3D space. Before Saria hands over her treasured ocarina, which will later be discarded for the Ocarina of Time, the Deku Tree explains some of the backstory behind the Triforce. According to the story, the world was formed by 3 goddesses who are also responsible for creating the Triforce. This story has no bearing on the game in the slightest and could have been swapped out with any mystical backstory you could think of. We don't get any reason why the Triforce itself would exist, just that it was left behind after they were gone. These events are so far removed from the things that actually happen in the game that they might as well have not been included. I'm all for fleshing out the world, but this doesn't tell us anything about Hyrule or any of the people living in it that we didn't already know. It just confirms that some goddesses made the world, not a big deal. Unfortunately, the entire story of Ocarina of Time will be told at an absolute crawl thanks to the text speed, and there's no option to make it go any quicker. Over the course of a single playthrough, this can add up to a very large amount of time wasted. Right before stepping into Hyrule Field, Link is then accosted by a lovely owl who likes to explain things and then politely ask if you want him to repeat himself. I don't really mind the owl, but I find it a bit strange that we never discover a shred of information about who or what he is and why he would want to help Link. Considering how much of a blank slate he is, I like to imagine that it's Shigsy himself speaking to me directly, a bit like an overprotective father. He wants to let you have a good time, but he's going to make damn sure you know where the item subscreen is first, just in case. Speaking of which, the game uses the menu to assign items to one of the C buttons for use while you're playing. The A button is reserved for context-sensitive actions, and the B button is permanently assigned to the sword. This is a pretty good system, allowing 3 items to be assigned at once for instant use. You can't...
I'll say as a kid, yeah, because I never played a Zelda game, so I wasn't used to the usual, like, you know, there's like 2 slots you can swap things onto, so... just as a kid approaching the game, the whole idea of, like, your sword's on B, and then you've got 3 slots you can put items on, but you have, like, a multitude of different items. For whatever reason, as a kid, I was like, yo, that's fucking cool, that you gotta, like, think about, like, what do you want? You could, like, choose which of these 3 buttons it's on. They're the buttons right next to A and B. If you think of the C buttons as just being buttons, then basically the N64 is, like, a 6-button controller setup. They're just at, like, an angle going up. So, yeah, that's why, like, Super Smash Bros. Use the C buttons for just basic functions, because they're right fucking there.
Can't foresee which items you might need around the corner though, which can lead to a lot of menu opening, and it's unfortunate that the menu has some short animations on it, slowing down the process more than needs be. Overall though, it's hard to find fault with a system that allows players to have on hand exactly what they want at any given time. Hyrule Field is open up at this point, but it's a bit of an empty promise. With the exception of the Lon Lon Ranch in the centre, there really isn't anything to discover apart from some tiny hidden caves. There's also the fact that Lake Hylia and the Gerudo Desert are completely off limits to begin with.
See, but as a kid, fuck it. No, it's that thing where I totally understand what Matthew's saying, and as an adult, I recognize that a bit, that like, oh yeah, Hyrule Field's like kind of basic. But yeah, as a kid, it's like you just step out of Hyrule Field and it's just like, I'm lost. Like you know that feeling as a kid when like you're playing RuneScape for the first time on a free account and just you get off Tutorial Island and you're in the world and it's just like, oh fuck, where the fuck should I go? Like Hyrule Field felt like that as like a 7-year-old like sitting down in front of the TV. Like the castle, the castle town is over there. We gotta get there before nightfall.
This may be an overly harsh assessment, but rather than just being a hub for the other areas, I think that Hyrule Field mostly just serves as padding. During the PS1 and N64 era, developers were really only coming to grips with making the sorts of 3D environments for games that have become the standard now. As a result, it was significantly more time consuming and difficult for levels to be constructed. Nintendo recognised this fact and used some clever means to cut down on the amount of work they would have to do. With Super Mario 64, they reused the same levels several times, simply changing the objective to provide a new challenge. In Ocarina of Time, Hyrule Field helps serve as some inexpensive padding, and the time travel mechanic also means that many areas of the game can be used twice with little to no alterations to the geometry. When I say that Hyrule Field is padding, I really don't mean anything too harsh by that, it's just the centre of the game. It gives some space to breathe, it separates the various areas and it acts as a hub. It's just a shame that there's barely anything to do in it but run and fight the occasional enemy at nighttime. Speaking of nighttime, the game includes a day and night system with time passing gradually in areas outside towns. Very little changes between day and night except in the towns where things are usually deserted after dark. It's a shame that time doesn't pass while in any of the NPC filled areas, but it's understandable as well considering the technology at the time and how vast the world is. I like that day and night cycle so quickly as well, as it means if you're stuck for something that only occurs during one period, you don't have to wait long for it to change out. You can also use the Sun Song if you found it in the Royal Family Crypt. The Ocarina really comes into play after traversing Hyrule Field and talking to Princess Zelda, who gives a bit more of an idea about what's going on, and sets Link off on the quest proper. Zelda's lullaby is introduced as a sort of magic catch-all excuse for puzzle solving. I like that it encourages use of the ocarina, but its uses vary so widely that the only way to know when to use it is to look for the Triforce insignia on the ground and play the song, removing any puzzle solving element entirely. The ocarina itself is a nice inclusion, allowing players to mess around with it as much as they like. It's impressive that so many songs were crafted with the ocarina in mind, considering it can only play 5 notes. These 5 notes are used as the introduction to some of the most iconic Zelda tunes ever. Zelda's Lullaby, the Song of Time, Saria's Song, the Song of Storms, and the Sun Song all begin with notes played on the ocarina.
as a kid, being able to fuck around on the ocarina was extremely fun. We would absolutely fuck around on the ocarina. And now that just makes me want to, like, real quickly pull up, like, a... God damn it, it's like, once you click a thing, Subnautica's like, YouTube's like, do you want more Subnautica clips? And I'm like, I mean, yeah, I do. Oh my god, someone on a real ocarina. Okay, what's the sorriest song? Just that one. Just sorriest song. Oh, damn. Oh, shit, that was nice. That was just like actually playing it in the game.
The quality of the music throughout the game is great, but more importantly than that, the game knows when to restrain itself. In the jump from 2D to 3D, it might have been tempting to keep the same catchy tunes of old playing throughout the whole game, but Ocarina uses understated music for the dungeons, which is good because sometimes that music will be on loop for well over an hour. It saves the catchy tunes for shorter segments where they won't get worn out with use. On the topic of audio, it's worth mentioning that the game lacks any voice acting, even in cutscenes. Audio is one of the most space-consuming assets to have in a game, and considering the entire thing needed to fit on a 32MB cartridge, it's no surprise that the developers elected not to include voices. I don't see this as a flaw with Ocarina of Time, especially when you consider how badly the voice acting was in games back then. If anything, this would have dated the game horribly. Even these days, any voices in a Zelda game would probably come out sounding incredibly forced and ruin the experience. The goal as a child is to collect 3 important stones, which mimics the introduction used in A Link to the Past, where Link has to collect 3 pendants before the Dark World opens up. Similarly in Ocarina, it's only after Link collects the 3 stones does the time travel element open up. You could say that Ocarina of Time is really just A Link to the Past made 3D. A Link to the Past has the boomerang, bow, 4 bottles, a fire rod, an ice rod, a hookshot, bombs, power gloves and a hammer. There's even a flute that looks suspiciously like an ocarina. The remaining 2 child dungeons are guarded by the Gorons and the Zora, both of who are introduced in Ocarina of Time. The Zelda series is, in many ways, a traditional fantasy series. It's got swords and magic and civilizations with ancient histories and traditions behind them. I'm incredibly glad, however, that Nintendo elected to be original with the inclusions of the Goron and the Zora, in the place of more common races for fantasy settings like, say, dwarves and elves. The Gorons and the Zora fill traditional roles here. The Gorons are proud people who value warriors, and the Zoras feel a bit more aloof compared to the other races, but thanks to their unique designs they feel distinctly Zelda. The Gorons and the Zora are featured between dungeons, and in many ways the parts between dungeons can be the most difficult parts of Ocarina of Time, purely because the game gives you so little direction. The Zoras, for example, require you to play Zelda's Lullaby just to get into their domain. From there you have to dive down to Hyrule Lake, find a bottle under the surface of the water, and hand the letter inside to King Zora. After all that, you have to figure out that Jabu Jabu will only open his mouth if you try to feed him fish, so you need to catch one and dump it in front of him. The game hints towards all these things, but I'd be surprised if most people don't encounter at least one speed bump over the course of the game, where they have no idea how to proceed for a while until they just start trying random things out. By the way, once you do hand the letter over to King Zora, the ultimate act of pissing players off for no reasons happens.
feeling it, Mr. Zelda.
In case anyone confuses this with me complaining, I'm not. There's no denying this sequence is annoying, but it's the fun kind of annoying. And I'll probably subject you to it again before this video is over. Jabu Jabu's Belly, the third and final child dungeon, has one of the better settings for a dungeon just because it's quite memorable. There's no confusing this dungeon with any others, and I think it's a shame that they don't put this sort of effort into making every dungeon feel unique all the time. Escorting Princess Ruo through the dungeon can be a bit annoying, but it's easy to see where Ocarina implicitly understands some things that other games at the time, and even well afterwards, don't. Princess Ruo doesn't have a health bar, she can't die, I don't have to worry about her AI, because you pick her up to move her around. She's less of an annoying AI character that you need to keep alive, and more of a prop you have to use to get through the dungeon, which is fine by me. Once the player has the 3 stones, it's back to town where Link's nightmare comes through and he meets Ganondorf, who has the most fucking massive nose in computer game history. I mean, look at that thing. Little does Link know as well, he's about to grow into a massive nose of his own, but I get ahead of myself. The Ocarina of Time opens up the Temple of Time, where the game will skip forward 7 years into the future. There's a bit of an unnecessary cutscene where Ganon tells how this was his plan all along, blah blah blah, and then a bit more exposition. We're told that Ganon has basically won. He's got his hands on the Triforce and took over the Sacred Realm. Link got sealed away for 7 years so he could grow old enough to take him on and grow a massive nose. Alright, look, I'm sorry to harp on about this, and I know it's an old game, but it's not like the polygons had to have a minimum size. It's just, I mean, look at, like, Child Link's nose. Look at that. That's reasonable. Then look at this thing. Unreasonable. Anyway, from here on out, most of the game is played as adult Link in the future, and it's a great idea for the plot. In most action-adventure style games that revolve around saving the world, you're given some idyllic place that needs protection, or a post-apocalyptic world where the struggle of the people compels you to try and help them. Either of these scenarios can only be so effective because we're left wondering about what exactly it is we're trying to prevent, or what exactly it is we're trying to restore. As soon as you walk into Hyrule Town 7 years on, Ocarina of Time has answered both of these questions. You have an immediate comparison in your mind of what Hyrule should look like, and what it does look like now. Each Zelda game generally has some sort of twist on it that the others don't. In this case, it's the time travel element. As I said before, there are comparisons to be brought between this and the Dark World from A Link to the Past. In fact, the mechanic of having 2 separate but interlinked worlds is a very common one in the Zelda series as a whole now. It's present in A Link to the Past, Ocarina of Time, Oracle of Ages, Oracle of Seasons, The Minish Cap and Twilight Princess. The time travel element was pretty original for a game at the time. Although I'd argue it could have easily been influenced by Chrono Trigger, it was something that hadn't been done in the Zelda series and adds a lot of atmosphere to the game and expands the story. However, it's not without some major problems. The biggest issue for me has always been the fact that time travel can only occur at the Temple of Time, which means if you want to move from one era to another, you have to go through a lengthy sequence of warping back to the temple, using the Master Sword, and then making your way back to wherever it was you wanted to go. Depending on where you need to be, this can be an extremely lengthy process. The real shame here is that A Link to the Past had a more elegant solution whereby the player could use the magic mirror to swap between worlds at most locations. If swapping worlds resulted in the player being clipped inside an object, it simply swapped them back. The rules behind the time travel also bother me because of how inconsistent they are. Here's 2 examples. In the first case, Link can buy magic beans as a child, which are then planted in various
Get it together, game designers. What were they thinking?
locations and are of no use until 7 years in the future when they can be used by adult Link to reach new places. If you haven't planted something there as a child, there won't be anything there to use as an adult. In the second case, adult Link learns the Song of Storms from the guy in the windmill, who's annoyed about Link having played it years before. Link then goes back in time and plays the song, causing the guy to be annoyed in the first place. This is a closed time loop where the man teaches Link the song and Link teaches the man the song. In other words, the event in the future happens before the event in the past, causing a cycle with no beginning, where both events were always destined to happen. The plants operate on a different idea entirely. If they use the same logic as the Song of Storms scenario, then the plants would always be grown in the future because the game would assume that young Link would plant them in the past. If the Song of Storms scenario worked by the logic used on the plants, then the guy couldn't possibly have taught Link the song in the future until young Link played it in the past. Basically, all of this is to say,
counterpoint. As a kid, I thought it was very funny that you would go to the future, learn the song, then you go to the past, play the song. He's like, why the fuck did you play that? It's like, You taught me, Dad. I learned it from you.
That the time travel in Ocarina of Time probably wasn't thought out to a huge degree, and the developers simply went with whatever they thought was a good idea for certain parts of the game. When you look at the Magic Beans and the Song of Storms, they're both good ideas and I like the way they play with the time travel. The problem is they're incompatible with each other. My last complaint about the time travel is that it's arguable how much it adds from a gameplay perspective. Aside from a few small things in the overworld, the past and the future don't really interact much. The biggest change is the transition from Child Link to Adult Link, but this is more arbitrary than it appears. The game restricts certain items to one or the other, but there's really no reason why Child Link couldn't use the hookshot or Adult Link couldn't use the boomerang. In fact, in subsequent games both of these things happen. It's not hard to imagine tacking some new areas onto the overworld, which contain the last 5 dungeons, and scrapping the time travel idea entirely. Don't get me wrong, I wouldn't enjoy the game more were the time travel element removed, but it's a shame that it's not a more core concept. If, say, there had been places in dungeons where Link could warp through time, it would have added another layer of complexity to the puzzles and thus made them more satisfying. As it is, the two time periods are too separated from each other to result in much. Once the transition to the future is complete, Sheik is introduced immediately and seen occasionally over the rest of the game. Overall, I think that Sheik is one of the best elements to the story in Ocarina of Time. The cutscenes with her are brief, never lasting more than a minute or two. They serve a valuable function by teaching Link the songs needed to warp to the various temples, and they lead up to the twist that Sheik is actually Zelda in disguise. The storytelling in Ocarina of Time is hardly anything groundbreaking or amazing, and the core ideas had already been played out in other Zelda games, but what Ocarina does well is use a couple of little scenarios to expand the characters. Like the fact that Link is actually a Hylian. It works well in the context of the story, it's foreshadowed a little bit before it's briefly explained, and it lends a weird, interesting atmosphere to the village when you talk to the Kokiri and none of them realise they're speaking to Link. Neither Sheik nor Link's history are necessary elements to the narrative. They could easily be removed without any major changes to the core story, but they're quick ways to make the characters and their situation that little bit more interesting, which is good because the main story itself doesn't really have any surprises. I suppose the biggest other shock is that Link doesn't defeat Ganon as a child, meaning those miserable 7 intervening years won't be wiped away. It's a bit more grim than you'd expect from a Nintendo game, considering they hadn't released Majora's Mask at the time, I mean. The hookshot is the first item obtained in the future, and I find it highlights how difficult it is to make accurate shots in first person mode. It's hard to move the camera any slower than full speed, which makes the controls feel rather digital. Since the hookshot often needs to be used on small, distant targets, what this usually means for me is I'll go past the target and have to go back over it, sometimes doing this several times before managing to stop at the right time. It could have done with a bit more smoothing out because as it is, it feels very jerky. The Forest Temple immediately after the hookshot increases the difficulty by an appropriate amount since Link is now in the future. Combat with the Stalfos enemies is tough and the boss fight is one of the best bosses in the game, if not the best. The worst thing it has going against it is the arena around it, where some of the ropes and poles can get in the way of the camera and spoil the view of the action. I find it a bit strange that Link never gets to see Saria again until she suddenly pops up at the end of this dungeon to say thanks. Ultimately, I don't think it would have benefited the game to give Saria more screen time, but it seems to me like maybe there were bigger intentions for her. She seems to play a fairly big role at the start of the game. Once Link leaves the forest, she's more or less forgotten about until this scene. After the Forest Temple, it's on to the Fire Temple, which requires a new tunic for Link to enter. I feel that these tunics are one of the most underutilized elements in Ocarina of Time. They could have been used to make the exploration more rewarding. The big problem with them is that they're really a single-use item. For example, the Fire Tunic is only needed in the Fire Temple. There are no other points in the game that require it to proceed. But the real question here is why shouldn't there be? It would feel kind of pointless to have an area later on where Link simply has to equip the tunic again, but areas earlier on could have been used as a way to reward exploration. If a player remembers going into a hot place that they couldn't access, they could then backtrack there and be rewarded for their exploration with a heart piece or something similar. I think largely the mistake here was giving the player the 2 tunics back to back. If they had been staggered out, with one only coming near the end of the game, then it could have been used to explore more previously inaccessible areas. Once into the Fire Temple, the item here is the hammer, which is barely used at all and really just hammers some rusted buttons into the ground. After you finish the dungeon, you almost never have to use it again unless you want to smash the occasional rock. I think this dungeon highlights one of the best things about the way Ocarina of Time handles Link being a hero though. Rather than go through the entire game of killing monsters with barely any interaction with the people of the world, in Ocarina, Link actually accomplishes a series of miniature victories. He helps the new Deku Tree to grow, he helps unfreeze the Zora people, and in the Fire Temple, he actually rescues the entire Goron town one Goron at a time. I like how this makes it more believable when Link is praised by somebody for doing good. He's not out in the middle of nowhere on a quest on his own, he's actually helping to put the world back in order. Now, before I go on and talk about the Water Temple, I'd like to take a break from dungeon crawling to talk about some of the side...
The Water Temple. What could that temple be like? I'm actually more positive on the Water Temple in some ways. Just the whole... There's like 1 or 2 spots where it's really easy to get stuck. And I can understand being frustrated. Because like my first time through, like I got stuck at one of those spots for like fucking like 30 minutes. And when I figured it out, I felt dumb because it was really easy. But it was like, oh god, imagine if you were like just actually stuck. Like stuck for a while because of this. Like... Yeah, that would be fucking infuriating. And it's like with the Water Temple is I feel like the reason I can't say the Water Temple is like, oh, so horrible, whatever, is I feel like the Water Temple is relatively easy to fix. You make like 2 or 3 small changes to the Water Temple, and just, it's not like it'll be the greatest temple in the game then, but like all the people who hate it would like not hate it anymore if you just made like 2 or 3 small changes to make it not have a couple of weird like, wait, where do I fucking go? Because the problem is basically just that some rooms are laid out in kind of a poor way where you'll go into them, you'll look around them, you'll say, okay, there's definitely not anything I can do in here, I've got to go somewhere else. But there was a thing you could do in there, you just have to go like really far into the room and then look, and then you'll see the fucking thing you can hook shot on. And just, unless you're, you know, if you just are standing in the front or the center of the room and you just look around, it's like, well, I don't fucking see anything. So then you go anywhere else in the dungeon, which is not going to be how you progress. So that's the spot where I got stuck for like half an hour before I like went in again. It was like, okay, like, I fucking like, oh, there's a fucking hook shot spot there. Like, and then it's just like, okay, boom, that's all it fucking was.
Side quests and minigames. I suppose the most important side quest in the game is the Epona one. It seems strange to refer to it as a side quest, and I don't know how I never managed to notice this on previous playthroughs, but the entire Epona section of the game isn't necessary for completion.
It's optional. You don't need to get
It's
the
funny
horse.
because when you think of Ocarina of Time, you probably picture Link on horseback going through Hyrule Field. After all, that's what the title screen presents you with. But it's something that's entirely optional.
I need to make the
There's surprisingly little to say about Epona. The quest leading up to her is good, and utilise the time travel well, which is nice, but really she's just a mode of transport.
I do like that you get
It's
young
enjoyable
and
to
old
ride around the field.
Having there be younger Epona and then adult Epona who you get to ride is like, that's right, horse. I'm that kid who helped you back then. Like, and then she lets you fucking ride her. Also, as a kid, I did think Epona was like the most badass horse because it's like, that's Link's horse. You can ride around on her. That's fucking awesome.
Though, and it vastly improves the travel time from one side to the other, which is great. You can use Epona at the Gerudo Fortress to play one of the many minigames, in this case some target practice on horseback. It's probably the most enjoyable minigame purely because it feels great to be cruising along and firing arrows. Unfortunately, it doesn't really translate into something you can do when you're riding around Hyrule Field, because the horse is controlled for you automatically during the minigame. Even when you're out in the field anyway, there's only the occasional Poe to shoot at and that's about it. The normal shooting gallery games easily translate into skills that you can use during regular gameplay. Unfortunately, the layout of the targets is not randomised, meaning after you've played it a few times, it becomes a simple case of getting into position for your next shot ahead of time. Similarly, the Bomb Chew Alley uses an item from Link's inventory as a basis for the game. It can be kind of infuriating how precise a shot needs to be to make it all the way down to the end, and the randomisation of the prizes is a pointless annoyance.
Counterpoint, the chick behind the counter at the Bomb Chew shop was one of those early building blocks for Alex determining what kind of women he likes.
If you screw up your chance to get the heart piece, you have to play over and over again until it comes back up. The fishing minigame stands in contrast to these others because there's no limit on how long you can play, or how many fish you can catch.
So it's just like counterpoint, every time you fill the minigame, you get to talk to her again.
The only objective is to see if you can catch a big one. I've never really been much for this fishing game, but I can see why its inclusion is worthwhile, because it's a nice relaxing way to spend some time in the game in between outings. I find the pace of it a bit too slow for me, but I can hardly complain about it. I mean, this is fishing we're talking about. The last minigame I want to talk about is the treasure chest game, which is a wonderful example of encouraging children to cheat their way through life. You walk into a room with 2 chests, one contains a key and the other contains a rupee. If you get a key 5 times in a row, you get a heart piece, but randomly picking a chest each time will only get you to the heart piece 1.6% of the time. The much superior way is to use the lens of truth to peer into the contents of the chests and win just by picking the keys. It's not a deep or challenging minigame, but the realization that you can cheat is worth the price of admission. There are also a couple of other side quests in the game beside the opponent one of those being selling the masks from the Happy Mask shop. After selling the Keaton mask, it can be incredibly difficult to figure out who to sell the remaining masks to, and the only real approach is trial and error. Thankfully, the game makes the trial and error interesting, at least, because equipping a mask usually elicits a response out of the NPCs. They're nothing complicated, but they're a great touch and help make the people of Ocarina of Time feel more alive and less like wandering text box spewing nodes. The reward for this quest is the Mask of Truth, which can be used to talk to the Sheikah stones throughout the game. Mostly it's just there to help people track down whatever few remaining secrets there might be in the game and give them that nudge along to 100%, because that last couple of percent is always the hardest. I'm willing to admit that the trading sequence where you get the cuckoo egg and eventually trade objects all the way until you have the big Goron sword is only a decent addition to the game. Nothing more, nothing less. But I find myself oddly attached to it, and I think it's one of those little Zelda traditions that should be included in every Zelda game, no matter how small, just because it's kinda nice to have it there. The Skulltula side quest encompasses the whole game and requires Link to track down...
Sorry for coughing, but yeah, as a kid, I could recognize that, like, oh god, like, I did not like going into Skulltula house to talk to the Skulltula people, because just even as a kid I was like, oh god, this is really fucked, because, like, they're just melted into a fucking scorpion spider, to a spider skull. That's just legit body horror in a Nintendo game.
On 100 gold Skulltula in order to complete it. Collecting the Skulltula tokens is surprisingly satisfying, probably because you're aware there's a fixed number of them, so everyone in the game brings you a...
I think I remember the dad's like, just save my sons if you can, please, don't worry about me, because you have to get like all 100 to save him. And it's like, I think it's like only the first 50 to save all his kids. And I'm pretty sure after you saved all his kids, he's like, thank you so much, stranger, please, don't burden yourself anymore. I'm just happy whatever. It's like, damn, actual good dad.
Step closer to completion. Really, you can get most of the rewards for just tracking down 50. This will be enough to unlock the larger wallets for holding more rupees. The size of the rupee wallet is annoyingly small, but there's not much to spend your rupees on anyway, so I guess it doesn't really matter. The side quests feature a wide cast of characters, and while none of them have much going on in the way of development, they're all very full of personality. They're sort of like caricatures, but I mean that in the best way possible. A game like Ocarina of Time doesn't necessarily need deep or complex people to be inhabiting the world in order for them to be interesting and likeable. So yeah, that's the side quests and the minigames. And now I'll talk about the Water Temple. Alright, so I'm going to talk about the Water Temple. I'm just going to come out and say it. The Water Temple in Ocarina of Time is the worst dungeon in the game, and maybe the worst dungeon in Zelda history. Much has been said about this infamous temple, mostly the fact that it's difficult, but I think people who say this are really missing the point. The Water Temple is not difficult, it's tedious. It's the most tedious thing anyone is subjected to in Ocarina of Time, and the main reason behind that is the Iron Boots. The Iron Boots are acquired a little bit before the temple and allow Link to drop down to the bottom of Lake Hylia so he can enter it. While I'm talking about the boots, I might as well just say that on a basic level their inclusion irks me a bit because they make absolutely no sense. If we presume that Link actually carries his items, then the Iron Boots will be constantly weighing him down from the moment he picks them up. I know most of Link's inventory doesn't show up on his character model, but I presume we're supposed to use our imagination to fill in the blanks. Anyway, that logical inconsistency aside, which a lot of games are guilty of, admittedly, the real problem with the boots is that you're required to go into the menu to equip them. Since the only way to rise or fall in water is to equip or unequip the boots, this means the menu is in constant use during the Water Temple. This brings the game to a grinding halt, and sometimes you're forced to go into the menu, come back out, and go back in again within the space of several seconds. It's incredibly tedious. Not only is it bad enough on its own, but it compounds on itself by making exploration a hassle, When I know that moving from one room to another will force me to open the menu several times, it slows down decision making and the willingness to just explore. This issue is so incredibly bad that I have no idea how it made it into the final game. It takes an otherwise enjoyable set of puzzles and mangles them entirely. All that needed to be done to solve this issue was allow the boots to be assignable to one of the C buttons like other items, but you can't. I would be remiss if I did not mention that the 3DS version of the game fixes this issue and makes the water temple a much more painless experience. To be honest, of all things the 3DS version has going for it, it's this simple improvement that probably has the largest impact on my overall enjoyment of the game, and I think it shows that the water temple is not significantly more difficult than any other temple in the game, it's merely tedious. The water temple also suffers from having the Dark Link mini-boss, which I think many people are attached to simply because it looks like Link. To me, this is the most disappointing boss fight in Zelda history, because the game all but forces you to kill Dark Link using the cheapest method you can find. Ideally, what this fight would have been is a sword duel versus an AI with all the same tricks as you, but instead what you get is a character that can counter your every move, and in a case where you have the upper hand, it'll often simply glitch out and pretend that you missed. There's nothing fair or interesting about this, and the most common tactics for beating this boss are Din's Fire and the Hammer, both of which are incredibly anticlimactic. I tried several times to have a sword fight with Dark Link and got my ass unfairly handed to me every time because the game decided it didn't like being hit. When I tried the Hammer instead, this is what happened. The difference is staggering and highlights just how much this boss fails to deliver on its premise. Even more disappointing is the fact that the jars outside the boss fight always seem to drop magic, obviously for use with Din's Fire. This means the development team were probably well aware that the best way to kill this boss was with magic, and they did nothing about it. After finally escaping the horrors of the Water Temple, only the Spirit and Shadow Temples remain. The Shadow Temple requires liberal use of the Eye of Truth and grants Link the Hover Boots, which are a good concept but suffer from the same issues as the Iron Boots. If they were mapped to a button, they would have been a lot better. Thankfully, the dungeon doesn't require them to be used too much, so it never becomes the grating issue that the Iron Boots were in the Water Temple. In a break from the usual Zelda formula of gaining a new item and then using it on the boss, Bongo Bongo uses the Eye of Truth and the bow, and it actually winds up being one of the most enjoyable boss fights in the game. Perhaps this is a tradition they should break out of more often. Gaining access to the Spirit Temple involves navigating the Gerudo compound, which is guarded by the women of the tribe. Being caught results in Link being thrown into a cell and having to escape. This area of the game highlights the poor camera controls more so than any other section. It's incredibly difficult to get a grip on your surroundings, and moving the camera requires attempting to position Link and pressing the L button to see if you'll be granted a good point of view.
It's not the most
In
fun
most of the
stealth
game, this
system.
isn't an issue, because the areas are usually quite open, but in cramped spaces it can be a hassle, and combining it with such a harsh punishment just for being seen by an enemy is a bit much. For me, this place turned into a trial and error approach of getting caught and realising not to go that way again. While I'm talking about the camera though, I should say, there's a reason that Ocarina of Time popularised the L-targeting technique of handling battles. I can't think of any better way to control a character in a sword fight than this, because it allows for a great degree of focus and immensely helps strafing and positioning. Combat in general controls well, Link is mobile and the shield works exactly the way you would hope, being raised with the R button. This is a far better approach than the previous series standard, where the shield is raised whenever Link is not attacking. The only problem with the L targeting is that it's not as accurate or responsive as it should be.
It's like Dark Souls. That's what makes it so family.
It seems that both the camera and Link need to have the enemy in sight before the game will feel comfortable locking on. This might sound good in theory, but in practice it makes it annoying to lock onto some enemies, particularly if you're running away from one which is out of sight. Navi flies out to any enemy you've locked onto, and this travel time also seems to affect how willing the game is to let you target an enemy. Navi shouldn't be a factor in this equation, so it's a shame that this can sometimes result in a lock-on happening later than you wanted it to. Combat usually works best with the human-shaped enemies in the game, so it's good that they're in abundance. This really allows the one-on-one combat and sword fighting to shine through. Most other enemies tend to be simple to dispatch and feel a bit more like a nuisance rather than a threat. I think it's a shame that the game doesn't elevate the tension more often when it comes to fights. The difficulty is staggered out very well though. In the first dungeon, most of the enemies aren't even capable of movement. meaning the player can easily back away if they're running low on heart.
And that's a real good idea for the first dungeon, because boy howdy, I was not good at video games as a kid.
By the end of the game, you're taking on multiple Darknuts at once, who do several hearts of damage if they manage to connect. The Redeads are one of the better enemy additions in Ocarina of Time, and if you want to see the creepiest little touch in the game, go to Hyrule Town and kill one of them. All the other Redeads will ignore Link and slowly walk towards their fallen friend. I have no idea why this happens, but it's nice that it's in there. While the game probably could have done with a little bit more variety when it comes to the enemies, all in all, the ones that are there perform their roles very well. The Gerudo Fortress reveals an interesting fact about the history of their people. Basically, once every 100 years a male child is born to the Gerudo and the rest are women. Now, you have to stop and ask yourself, did Nintendo really think out the implications of this in the slightest? Firstly, it makes you wonder about Ganon. I mean, why is he so unhappy if he's the only man, a king, in a tribe of women? You know, you'd think he'd be kind of busy doing other things than the rest of the tribe. Although, you know, when you actually doing a man, a king, in a tribe of women, you know, you'd think he'd be kind of busy doing other things than the rest of the tribe.
I love how he, like, cuts himself in awkwardly.
Although, you know, when you actually think about this, the answer kind of becomes clear. See, the Gerudo seem to have normal lifespans, because at the start of the game you see Ganon, and he looks younger than he does later on. He's clearly aged 7 years. A man will remain fertile even if he lives to be 100 years of age. A woman won't. Do you see where I'm going with this? Because it's pretty horrible. In order to have a male heir, Ganon would need to have a daughter first. And then he'd need to have a daughter with that daughter. And then he'd have to have a son with his granddaughter. I'll just let that one sink in for a minute. The Spear Temple is an interesting one because it requires a visit in both the past and the future. Unfortunately, because the game requires you to use the Temple of Time, this dungeon is simply broken into two halves. You visit it as young Link and then as adult Link. You get two items here. First, the silver gauntlets, which are used to move bigger blocks around. I have no problem with their inclusion from a gameplay standpoint, but one thing about them really annoys me. Presumably they increase Link's strength, or else he wouldn't be able to move the massive blocks that he does. And yet, even once you're capable of pushing these larger blocks around, Link will still struggle to move the much smaller ones. The gauntlets just unlock the ability to move the new blocks without considering what else should change if Link is granted extra strength. This happens again later on in the game, when the golden gauntlets are obtained. Link can now lift enormous blocks and hurl them through the air, but will struggle to push a standard block across the
Again, as a kid, I was like, yo, that's the most cool anime shit. Link's fucking... Oh, got Goku strength going.
Round. The Mirror Shield is a much
Link
better
went
inclusion and
Super
one of the best
Saiyan?
items in the game. It doesn't offer Link a huge amount of utility, but the fact that it's integrated with the existing control scheme is great. Rather than having to assign it to a button, you just pull out the shield as...
There's a lot of quality in Ocarina of Time. Like, there's a lot of fucking peak gaming quality in this game. I don't think the game's flawless in the modern day, but like... It's definitely got some peak fucking ideas happening in it.
normal to use as a reflective surface. The Mirror Shield is such a perfect inclusion that I think it should be put in every single Zelda game in the future. There are absolutely no downsides to having this item in the game, because it works so well. I mean, Link's always going to have a shield anyway, so you might as well make it a mirror shield. After this, it's the end of the game, and there's just Ganon's castle ahead before the final fight with Ganon himself. These rooms, which echo earlier parts of the game, are hardly very difficult or intricate puzzles, but they're a nice way to round out the game and put most of the items to use one last time before the curtain closes. On my latest playthrough, the initial fight with Ganon went so horribly that I ended up running out of magic before I even beat his first form. No problem, I thought to myself. There must be some other way to defeat him, of course, right? Well, if you know it, good for you, because I definitely do not. I ended up impotently standing around trying to damage him somehow and being totally unable. You could argue that this is entirely deserved of me for not bringing magic potion or something, but for a final boss to allow such a thing to happen is pretty bad. I ended up having to reset the game, which utterly killed my motivation to complete it right as I was at the end. The way I see it, as long as the player still has hearts left, that's the most valuable thing, as long as they still have hearts, they should be able to make a comeback. But just because my magic meter was depleted, I had no such option. Apart from this issue, the fight is just a mirror of the Phantom Ganon fight from earlier on. Things get more serious after Link and Zelda escape the crumbling castle and Ganon shows up again in his final form. This beast is a fitting in boss for a game with the scope of Ocarina of Time, and it plays out pretty well. I like that this boss removes a Master Sword from Link. All too often games focus on making enemies stronger when they need something to be intimidating. The end fight with Ganon is...
Yeah, as a kid, that's like, oh fuck, I don't have my like as a kid, you're just like, oh shit, I was gonna sword him.
Intimidating, not because he's so huge. I mean, Link fights larger enemies in the game, but because the sword is taken away. It's a tool that Link has had since the start of the game, and playing without it feels kind of naked. The sword is then returned, which lends a new atmosphere to the fight, like Link is ready to gain the upper hand. It's a simple turn of events, but very effective nonetheless. Once the final blow is delivered to Ganon, that concludes Ocarina of Time. There's a short epilogue where Link is seen visiting Zelda as a child. I'm not sure how much sense this makes given the time travel mechanics in Ocarina, but I've already shown how the time travel is inconsistent anyway, so I'm not going to harp on about it as much as I'd kind of like to. It's a nice ending to an otherwise fairly grim game. So much has been said about Ocarina of Time that when I started this review I wasn't really sure what I could add to the conversation. All I've really done is analyse the different parts of the game and give some reasons why I think it worked or it didn't. Ocarina is possibly the most praised game of all time, however, and you'll frequently find it at the top of lists touting it as the greatest video game ever made. I'm not sure I could tell you whether or not I believe that. I know I enjoy other games and even other Zelda games more than I enjoy Ocarina of Time, but there's no denying that for a game made back in 1998 for the N64, it pushed itself very, very far. Does Ocarina of Time live up to its own hype? My answer to that would have to be no. It's been praised far beyond the point that any game could live up to, so I think it's pointless to judge it by those impossibly high standards. Instead, the most important thing I could tell you about Ocarina of Time today is that over 10 years after its release, you can go back, play it, and you won't be disappointed.
Over 20 now.
It's as enjoyable today as it was years ago. Early 3D games have aged horribly in comparison to almost any other generation of games ever made. They look blocky, and the controls weren't always as precise or well thought out as they should have been. Ocarina of Time's graphics have aged, they were always going to, but its gameplay stands tall to the point where I'm confident that anyone could pick it up today and enjoy it immensely, regardless of whether or not they had played it before. Funnily enough, the one thing Ocarina of Time has done better than any other game released in that period is stand the test of time itself. In the next video I'll be looking at the black sheep of the Zelda family, Majora's Mask, so I hope you'll join me then. Thanks for watching.
Oh, I remember what we get at the end. That's my president. King Zoro Goro. Toro. Good video, good video. Alright. This stream has been long enough. I'm Alex, I'm the Billionaire Buster. There are some really, really, really rich people in our world. They could all be doing a lot more than they currently are. I think that's just true. You know, if I had $1 billion, I'd be doing a lot more on here. Unfortunately, I don't even have $1 million. So my idea is that maybe the people with the billions of dollars could help. Help, please. I think they would like to not die and suffer, if that be okay with you. And yeah, that's the thing I'm just always going to think it's really important to highlight, because I really don't see this kind of idea talked about too much. I get why. I'm not the first person to fucking have it, but I think it's a pretty good, I don't know, wedge to drive. Something that I think would make you think a bit. What would you do if you had $1 billion and you were looking at GoFundMe? More than Elon fucking Musk does every day of his goddamn pathetic life. Alright. He's a Billionaire Buster. Hopping off stream. Hope to be on again next week.